Wow, hello there and welcome. SkyTour LiveStream is up and running again on this wonderful December 4th night. I'm Mark D'Antonio, and also with me hanging out is the other half, the voice of P&K Space Imaging. That would be Keith. How you doing, Keith?
I am drumming. I seen you trying to out-drum me. I heard that.
That wasn't me.
We're dueling drums on the desk.
Hey, so welcome, Keith. It's good to see you here tonight, and thank you for coming on out. And I think we should have some fun tonight.
Hello, Mr. D'Antonio.
Yes, sir.
Glad
How
to
you
be
doing?
with you once again.
Then we're here with Keith Hickes from P&K Space Imaging, and if you want some lunar imaging extraordinary, you would go to P&K Space Imaging on YouTube. It's free. It's all free. We're always free. Yes, and you will enjoy these views of the moon like never before. They have specially made cameras that allow them to dive deeply into craters way more than any other lunar streaming group out there on the planet.
Yes.
Exactly, I know that. Don't you think I knew that? What makes you think I don't know that?
I had an idea you might have figured it out.
Yes, I figured it out. So yes, welcome, and let's make sure that that everybody can hear us. I see Zadarok is here. Nice to see you. Tim F, welcome. Tim F, you were number one. Usually you are number one, Tim, and you've been slacking just a little bit sometimes. Justin T is here. How you doing, Justin?
Justin T.
Just in time.
Just in time.
Yeah, it's nice to see you here. Cypher, hola. ¿Cómo está usted?
Cypher 2.
Cypher 2 Productions
Cypher
is
2.
here. Yeah.
Yep.
It's great to see you. I'm just working on getting a few more things set up while we wait from my bank of programs that I start up to get this all running.
Yeah, don't forget the screen share if you want to. That is up to you. If it doesn't tax your computer too much.
It does not, actually. It does not tax my computer one bit.
Well, I know Skype does, because Skype is just a RAM sucker.
No, it does fine. My connection is excellent. I have greens all over the place.
Nice.
Yep. So we have a perfect connection. You can even see the telescope is connected over there. This is our planetarium that we use all the time, which is great. It's free. It's called Stellarium. And we use it to be able to literally steer the scope wherever we want.
Right?
That's kind of cool.
Hey, you do any TV lately?
Not lately, actually. The last one I did was a few weeks ago. I did the UFO Witness TV show with Ben Hansen, my buddy Ben Hansen.
Nice.
That's good. That was good.
Yeah.
And there's always inquiries for others. I talked to a guy today that's interested in some of the stuff that I do. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, well, what do you got all under your belt right now? Okay, you got, what was the first one? Was Aliens on the Moon the first?
Oh gosh, no, that came along later.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the first one?
The first one was Pennsylvania, actually. It was UFOs over the Earth, and it was in Bucks County, Pennsylvania.
Ah, Bucks County. Not far from me.
Hey, look who's here. Katie Grabowski. Look, it's Katie. Katie's here.
Hey! I have no idea who that is, but I'm sure
Katie,
you're that excited.
I am, because I'll tell you why. Katie is a good friend. She's actually the state director for Colorado Mutual UFO Network.
Okay.
That girl is a mover and shaker. Let me tell you, she has research under her belt that I think that professionals would be jealous of. She's really good. She's fantastic. It's good to see you, Katie.
So she's what Eric is in Massachusetts.
That is correct.
Okay.
And Eric can learn a lot from her, let me tell you.
Yep. All right.
Yep.
Well, welcome to Katie, and Daisy and Zoe.
Daisy and Zoe Amethyst are here. Hi, guys. Hi, Rock. What's going on?
And hello, Roni.
Roni Hassan.
Roni.
That's it.
Yep.
Yeah. So we're just letting the sky finish getting dark. It's not quite fully dark yet out there.
Oh,
but we're actually.
Did you send me that photo?
Hi, Renee.
Or email me that photo that you were talking about?
I'm going to WeTransfer that to you. I have not yet.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah.
So I can close that email browser out.
Oh yeah, because you're not going to get an email. You're going to get just a...
It's a link.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
Gotcha.
Robert, look at Robert Izzo, 777.
No sound here in Brooklyn, New York.
Everybody else is hearing us. So, Robert, maybe what you want to do is check your speakers.
Robert, we may want you to turn your volume upwards.
Volume up. I don't know sign language.
Wait,
Robert.
he can't hear us, so we're telling him what to do, and he can't even here. Mark, make the motion like volume, like do a little volume knob, and then up. Maybe he'll get that.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know. We'll find out. You know what though? I mean, it's simple. We just type it in the chat.
there you go. See, living in 2021. It's an answer for everything.
You know what? If they hit Control M, you know it's gonna.
I'm looking at the YouTube feed. And you actually did it.
What? Oh yes, I did.
Yeah, I wasn't serious about that, but I enjoyed it.
Volume up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
And I told him that if you hit Control M, that it actually can silence your speakers, and it'll be crazy because your volume icons, everything says sound is on, but if you hit Control M, it cuts your sound off. So that is problematic. Die problem, yeah. Katie's smiling at us. Look at that. I see that smile, Katie.
You know what we should
smiling.
do? We should compare cosmology with astrology.
No, we shouldn't.
Well, no, I mean the symbols and the signs, not like actually comparing them.
Oh, okay. So not turning them into like a science.
No, you can't really do that. But I'm saying, like, how the symbols can, because remember we had this chat before, like, and we came to the conclusion that the reason why all these ancient people saw all these things in the stars, nighttime skies, because they were on drugs. Oh no, that wasn't the reason. The reason
that was you.
Yeah, that was my reason. The reason is because they didn't have that much light pollution back then, so the stars were like very brilliant.
That's correct. Yeah.
And pareidolia was just running rampant. So
well, yeah,
it makes sense.
It does, and it did. For sure.
But if you look at like the symbols on Stellarium, like they really overdid it with the animations.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm looking at it, go, how do you get that out of that?
Well, you're talking about like when we look at Pegasus here, the winged horse, right? The square of Pegasus. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This is what you see.
Right. Look at what Stellarium does with it.
Yeah.
That thing is just like.
And it's got him on his side. I mean, that's not at all how I've seen Pegasus before. But that's okay. This is what happens.
I mean,
they do some crazy stuff. Hey, you want to see something cool? I want to show you something cool. First things first, I want to get us down here, and this is something we should view before it sets.
What's that?
Oh, I'll show you. Let's get rid of the images first.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that a fish?
Yes, that was a fish.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, now I see it. Wait.
Yeah. What? Wait. What?
I'm looking at YouTube. Like. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you shouldn't be looking at YouTube because then you're gonna be wondering what I'm talking about.
Well, somebody's not sharing their screen, so that's the only thing I have to look at.
Oh, I guess that's true. Well, I started to share my screen, and you asked me a question, which made me stop sharing my screen. Oh, I know what it was. You wanted to show me something. That's what it was.
Oh, no, not that.
Yes. Okay, so let's do that now. So here's the sharing of the screens.
Yeah.
It is the sharing of the screens now.
Now I'm in the live. Okay.
And while we're here, I want to check this out. I want to have people see this again. We're not going to spend that much time on it, guys. We did this the other night, and it turned out gorgeous. I'll make sure that you do that and have it. Katie Rock is asking if you have a channel. Okay, so the telescope is now hunting for a star that's going to be used as a finder. And you'll see down here, right in this little box here, it's saying high precision slewing, and that's actually going to get the line. Okay, I like the name of that star. It's called SCAT.
Scat, scat, scat.
Yeah.
'cause it's a scat man.
That's right.
Hey, remember that song?
Oh, was it Scatman Crothers?
No, it was called Scatman, but you couldn't understand anything the guy was singing. So it was like Scatman.
No, I haven't heard it.
I'm like, oh, I get it now. Scat. This stands for something you just can't understand.
Scatman. What?
Exactly.
Okay, so we centered on scat, and now you're going to see something else as we move in. You can see it right there barely, but I'm going to actually help you see it a little better.
It is the neighboring star, Skeet.
Yeah, no, it's Scoot. Now look at that. See, this is really cool. This is a planetary nebula. It's the remains after the death of a star.
Oh.
Yeah, and I apologize. Well, I can't really apologize because it's not my fault. But the internet looks like it's kind of slow between here and there. So we'll just deal with it, okay, guys?
We'll still blame it on you anyway.
Of course. I mean, I fully expect that, and that's what you should be doing. Because it's all my fault.
Let's see, what could slow down internet between Connecticut and Arizona?
Everything.
What is 2,500 miles, Mr. Trebek?
That's right. Boop, boop, boop. That is correct. I'll take nebulae for 50.
Yeah, right. I'll take scat for 400.
That's right. Okay, you can have some bear dung for 400.
Bear dung?
Scat, right?
What kind of astronomy is this?
Exactly.
I don't remember seeing that zodiac sign.
Oh, you don't? What happened there?
What's your sign? Bear dung.
No, of course not.
No.
Okay, so let's do this. This beautiful nebula. I mean, this is the closest planetary nebula to us, and the planetary is just given that name because in a telescope of moderate size, it looks like a planet. You could almost imagine it's like a little dim planet. It's a name from hundreds of years ago, so that's why when telescopes were not like they are today. The trouble is, this is a planetary nebula as called, but it's just under the size of the full moon in the sky, so you're not going to mistake that for a planet, okay? But the name stuck, and it applies to all dead stars that have blown off. They're not blown off, but sloughed off, more likely their outer layers, and left just a white dwarf in the center, which is what that little dot is right there. That's a white dwarf.
We're gonna have to do a night of definitions, just so people understand when you say certain things.
Yeah, no, I get you.
Like, is there different kinds of nebula?
Oh yeah.
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 See, we should.
Yeah, but see,
really clarify.
one of the things too to understand is that we're also going to have this going on too. All right, right there.
Yep.
See, we got titles. If you're looking at the YouTube feed, you can see it. On this feed, you don't see it. The one you're looking at. Okay,
well,
but this is what it looks like. See? Yeah.
Yep.
So I've got that little animated lower third that comes in and tells us about it. So with that there, now what I can do is I can just say, hey, okay, my telescope now has a guide star. I can tell because 11 to 12 seconds has elapsed. And I'm going to just make this a, let's say, 25-second shot. All right?
If I set my stellarium to Phoenix, is that close enough to kind of follow you along in stellarium?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let me do that because that just helps.
Okay. You can do that.
Yeah, so
now, if you look over there on the right, you see the progress bar. Okay. Way over here, there's the progress bar. That tells us how far the photo has to go, and you can actually read the time there. Let me just go back over here. Okay. And for those who are just coming in for the first time, that's the telescope in the building right there. This is... Oh, that's a beautiful nebula. We can start zooming on that automatically. I'll tell you the rest of the screen in just a moment.
Pretty.
It's pretty. Okay.
My stellarium says Earth.
Yes, well, that's of course, it is Earth.
Got me on the right planet anyway.
It's not wrong.
Okay, so name. Okay, let's see. We are looking for Phoenix.
Yes. So what we're doing is we're actually taking more than one photo of this. If you notice that bar is going again over here, that bar is now increasing again. And what am I doing? Well, we're taking a second exposure, and then a third and a fourth. And what happens is it aligns them together and stacks them on top of each other, making like a sandwich of images, so that all the signal, the stuff we want to see, the red stuff, the bluish stuff, the bright blue star in the center of this, okay, and the other faint detail, that's the signal, the stuff we want. And as it stacks them, that particular signal gets brighter and more noticeable and easier to see. And so that's what stacking does. So we are automatically stacking in the background right now. We've done 3 so far. You can see right up there, it says 3 right there. Okay, now 4, see that? And we're going to be doing a number of these. And if we look over here, okay, this is a that's moving.
It's a duck.
It's moving. Okay, this little bar. Okay, we're gonna pull down some of these guys. Okay, just to show you what's going on. All right.
By the way, to anybody listening, Jupiter and Saturn and Venus are all kind of in a line right now.
They are.
Actually, it kind of reminds me of the pyramids. Conspiracy theory. Because 2 are in line and 1 is offset.
That's
It's
Orion's belt, I think.
777. No, it's Jupiter, Saturn, and Venus.
No, I think that Orion's belt is the reason the pyramids are shaped the way, set up the way they were in the desert. Yeah.
Well, what if it was the same time now, and they were looking at Venus, Saturn, and Jupiter?
It could happen at one time or another.
Sure. Quink.
But they would make one pyramid much bigger than the other to mimic the brightness change between them.
True.
And if you look, the pyramids are slightly different, but not a huge amount.
What would happen if you pointed your camera at one of these planets here, or your telescope? I never asked you that. Like the difference between. I know you're viewing. F2?
We can go look. Well, we can go look at it.
Yeah, I mean, heck, why not?
Yeah, I'm gonna clear this because I have to. Actually, I'm gonna do it now. I have to adjust the tracking system. There's an automatic tracking system. So you see right here, it says status, is Starlock status. And so I'm going to go down there and just get into this rate adjustment. I'm going to set the rate, left to right, east to west motion. So it's guiding right now is at 60, what's called 66%. I'm going to change it to 5%. I found that I do not have to have it way up there at all. And then I'm going to set the up and down rate, which is called declination. That's why it says DEC, and it said right ascension because the other one because it was the left to right, east to west motion. So this one here is going to go down to 0.1%. Don't need a lot. The telescope is actually performs quite well. So then I can clear this. But that's a beautiful nebula, and when these nebulae occur, they're generally a lot. They seem smaller to us because they're farther away. The helix is actually quite close, comparatively, and to know how close, well, if we go in here to Stellarium, we have data over here, and the distance is about 518 light years.
Can I just say something?
You may.
What a fantastic
Starlink
job you have done with this whole setup. Good job,
thank
man.
you.
Yeah,
well, thank you.
for all for everything, when you think about it, everything runs pretty smooth. Yeah. Like you would expect a lot more major problems with trying to set up logistics like this, and it's pretty flawless when you think about it. Yeah, you have that little delay.
Well, that's going away though when Starlink comes in. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
When I get Starlink, Starlink is coming February of 2022. That's when we're going to have enough coverage to have. We have right now out there. If we had Starlink now in the beta program, we'd have 99.2% uptime. Okay, throughout the day. But that's pretty good. That means only a few minutes of time that we wouldn't have it, like 14 minutes or something like that.
Gotcha.
I forget. Anyway. This is pretty cool. Vera Lucia Campos, hello from Brazil. Once again, satisfying animations.
Hey, you owe me $10 because I believe I saw her say the other night that it's pronounced Lucia.
No, actually, I was pronouncing it that way, and she said it's Lucia, and that Lucia is the Italian part.
Okay, so then I was saying Lucia, and you were saying Lucia.
I was saying the wrong thing because my name ends in a vowel, and I kind of Italianized her name, which I probably shouldn't have.
Gotcha. Well, I'll be expecting a check in a minute.
So still you get
right.
$10, even though it wasn't what you said.
That is exactly what I said.
You are amazing.
Remember? I was more smooth with it. I was like Vera Lucia Campos.
Yeah.
See? I pay attention to these things.
I say hello to everybody that comes in. You know that?
Do you?
Everybody. Yeah.
Okay, let's see how long that lasts when there's 3,000 people watching.
Well,
like an hour and a half of the stream is just been people saying hi to people.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is a point of diminishing returns, when you say that. So, yeah. But yes, that's true. Yes, the Rock is asking about Comet Leonard. Yes, at the end of December, we're going to be looking at Comet Leonard in the evening sky as well.
You can get it now, can't you?
Yes, but we have to wait until like 4 in the morning.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
No, we can't stay up that late. I mean, what do we look like, astronomers? Oh, wait.
Yeah, I used to work all night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worked on a program called Parallax where you actually judge the distance to nearby stars. The telescope I was using was like a 25-ton refractor called an Alvin Clark refractor. It was just a 20-inch diameter, so it was pretty big. And the tube was around 35 feet long. The building it was in was massive, and the whole floor moved up and down to meet the telescope. That's how big this was.
Is that the one you crashed into the steps?
Shut up. No, that was the other one. That was the other one in the same observatory complex.
Or you pinched it or something up against the...
This is the one that I did all that work in. I actually looked at Jupiter with the 20-inch, and in light-polluted city, I counted 19 cloud bands looking directly at it. It was gorgeous. Mm-hmm. In fact, the only way to look through an eyepiece on this thing was to hold a big, giant eyepiece this big up against a glass plate and move your eyes to it and look at it like almost binoculars. It was just impressive as heck. It was crazy. But what we do is we would take pictures of stars, on one side of our Earth's orbit, and then we would take pictures of them again on the other side of our Earth's orbit. So we had all this space, which was actually, if you think about it, right, the diameter of the Earth's orbit. Okay, so we had basically 186 million miles of side-to-side motion that nearby stars could make against the further background stars. And it's the same thing as when you go like this, you hold out your finger, right? And you close one eye, and as you open the other eye and close the other eye, you see your finger dance against the background wall or whatever.
And Wayne's World. Just think of Wayne's World, people. Camera 1, camera 2. Camera 1, camera 2. That's basically it. That's exactly what he's talking about.
The bottom line is that's called parallax, and if your finger is actually a nearby star, and the wall and the distance are the much further stars, and the distance between your eyes is the distance that's the diameter of the Earth's orbit, now you see that we're blinking basically and looking at a star, and then seeing how much it shifts against the background stars, and that gives us its distance, actually quite accurately. So for nearby stars. And we can do that out to about 300 light years. Okay, so that's pretty good.
Speaking of distances, I got a question for you, and I thought about this a lot, and I forgot to ask you last time we were on, and this is something I really want to know the answer to, and it might sound stupid, and I get it. Give it to me if you want to, chat. That's fine.
Frankly, you don't really ask that many stupid questions, to be honest.
Okay, the speed of light. Okay,
yes.
So let's say I have a really powerful laser. Okay. And let's say we have we're pointing that laser, and it can actually reach like nearby stars. Now, if I take that laser and move it just a little bit here on Earth and over to, like, say another star.
Okay.
Why is that light that has to travel across that distance to get to the other star not the speed of light? Do you know what I mean?
No,
I know it's coming from a point.
No, it is the speed of light. You have to keep in mind that Because and using stars is a great example. I'll tell you why. When you actually look at a laser beam and you're aiming at, say, Alpha Centauri, that light going to Alpha Centauri, that laser light is going to take 4 years to get there.
Right.
4
That's
years.
not what I'm talking about.
Okay, but hold on. But now if you shift that to another star nearby, okay, well then some of that light is speeding out into the universe along that angle that you just moved it to.
Right.
And then the new train of light is going to this other star. All right. But the thing is, that light is going to be a definitive length. You know, like you see the Starlink satellite trains, they're just all like a length of satellites in the sky. Well, you can think of a laser beam as the same thing. When you turn on the laser beam, it starts. When you turn off the laser beam, it stops. It stops coming out of the laser, but it's still going out into space as a long column, a tube of light, basically, that's going to make its way to the star. So that's why, for instance, Betelgeuse, the upper left star, the red star in Orion, when it goes supernova, if it went supernova right now, well, its light train with that information showing us the supernova won't get here for 750 years. But if it did go supernova 749.99 years ago, then then we could see the supernova in the next day or two.
Okay, that doesn't quite answer my question, though.
Okay.
Okay. Let's say we point the laser at, Alpha Centauri. Okay. And we wait till it gets there. The light gets there. 4 years or whatever. Okay. Now, we have another star, from our point of view on Earth, let's say 10 degrees to the west. Now, we already have the laser pointed at Alpha Centauri. And all of a sudden, here on Earth, we move the light quickly over to the other star. Why isn't that considered the speed of light from Alpha Centauri to the other star, even though we're moving it from a central point? Like how quick we would literally be moving over thousands of light years with a laser.
I see what I get what you're saying. Yes, you're okay. The issue, that's an excellent question because it actually points out how the speed of light can fool you, and how the concepts can undermine what you think you know.
Exactly.
When you move that light over really fast, let's say you go 30 degrees over, in your mind you're thinking, holy cow, I just moved that all the way over. But what you're not realizing and not putting together yet is that when you move that, you end the train of light that's going to that first star, and you're starting a new one that's going to that second star, and in between you've got tiny little bursts of light that are on their way out there. So basically you had light that made it to the star, and then you have these little bursts of light. When you move that laser just to the right side like that, you get a burst that's on its way to that star, and then behind it is another burst, another burst, another burst, another burst, until you finish the swing, and then it starts a new chain. Well, these bursts are all going out, and they're going to continue to go. Right? And they're going to take the same amount of time to get there at the speed of light. But when you put that laser on the new star, the star doesn't see the light yet.
Okay.
That's the key. It doesn't see the light because it has to wait the amount of time it takes for the light to get from you to that star, however far it is.
Even though we already have a connection to Alpha Centauri. So when let's say you start moving it left, so it's automatically starting a new light thing. So by the time we get over to the new star, we'll have to wait. Let's say if it was 10, we'd still have to wait the 10 light years from it to get to one star to the other.
10 years,
To us, it's already there.
Yes, because you're not. Once it leaves the laser, it's disconnected from you.
Gotcha.
It has a mind of its own, life of its own. If you move the laser, it doesn't swing that whole light column. Okay? Right. It just is done.
All right,
it stops emanating.
Closer, like the moon. Like, let's say we have a powerful enough laser and we can actually see the dot on the top of the moon, and we move it to the bottom of the moon. Really quick. So same principle there. Same principle there,
because
8 seconds or something like that.
Yeah, it's under a second, right? So basically, the point being, if you look at the laser beam pointing at the moon, let's say, you'll see it hit the moon in just under a second. And let's say you could even see the laser beam with a powerful telescope or whatever.
Yeah.
Now you quickly swing it down to the bottom, and wow, look at that! Lo and behold, just under a second later, you'll see the spot down there, and you'll say, "What happened to the light traveling in between spot A at the top and spot B at the bottom?"
Right, because you never turn the light off.
Right. Well, what happens is you start a partial train of light moving across the moon or down the moon, okay? And as it goes down, and the concept you're having trouble with here is the concept of quanta, light packets, photons. Okay, these photons are hitting the moon, and when they emit from the laser beam, then they don't see the laser anymore. When they leave the laser, they're just on their own on their journey. They're following the they're following the space-time curvature to get to where their destination is. Okay, and that distance is 240,000 miles, and it's to the moon. So when it gets to the moon, it hits the moon, and when you move it down to the bottom really quickly, the rest of that train in just under a second will finish hitting the moon, and you'll see the light go out because it's not there anymore. But if you move it fast, you'll see it there for just a little bit under a second longer, and then it goes.
Right.
Because it takes that long for the rest of that chain to get there, the rest of that train.
Okay. Well, thank God you finally answered the question I had for a long time. And I was trying to remember to ask you this question, and then I see certain things that remind me of it, and I was like, I got to ask Mark about that. And I finally did. So thank you.
No, that's fine. But you understand, there's a lot of concepts here that go into that, understanding how light travels in packets called photons, right?
Right. And you think that in the future, the lasers are going to be the best way to transfer data from deep space, pretty much. Well, because it's going to be the quickest way we have.
Lasers, I mean, a radio is just as fast.
Really?
Yeah, it's all light speed. Because radio waves are electromagnetic radiation too. It's all moving at light speed. Gamma rays, cosmic rays, moving at light speed, no faster.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so whatever we use as a medium to transfer it, really the most important question to answer about whether we should use lasers or something else, the most important question is how much data can we pack on one segment of that beam?
Well, not only that, because you have it spread it out as well. So
yeah,
because was it a Voyager that was sending back data packs or something like that? That they had to wait because they had to collect it slowly.
Well,
because of the amount of information that can be sent.
Yes, that's old technology. They couldn't pass back a lot of info, and the early Martian probes probing it or going around the planet had the same problem.
What was it? Oh, that was Pluto. The Pluto images. That's right. That we waited.
New Horizons
for them. Yeah. New Horizons. That was it. All right. Cool. Yep. So yeah, we got an answer.
Yeah.
Rockstar wants to know if you ever seen anything you can't explain. At you, not me.
Yeah, I can't explain Keith.
Hello.
No, yeah, Rock. Actually, I had an image show up in our all-sky cam here at the observatory that I cannot explain. And if you'll bear with me, I will try to find it for you.
This is our chance, guys. This is our chance. We can be a dream killer, just like he is.
You can try, and I encourage people to try and figure it out.
Right.
I do not understand what this is. I couldn't and haven't been able to figure it out. So, I'm happy to have you do it. We're still stacking, by the way. This is a stack. You notice the green bar on the right there? Still going up.
Still going.
Yeah, still going. Boom, boom, boom. That's
I love the fact that I can't hear music now.
Well, they can. You don't.
Yeah.
I didn't share it with you because I didn't want to have you say, what?
I'm just so glad you can't hear it, like, on this end. Like, and I'm sure Daryl's happy, too.
Yeah, Daryl's actually pretty pleased that there's no sound in there, because it was kind of annoying for the people that are doing the show.
Yeah.
All right, let me look here.
And then we'll go to Saturn. Right?
Yeah, we can try. But you got to understand, this is... Check out this field, okay? What we're looking at here, this field here is 4 full moons across. Okay, actually, no, this one isn't. Let me show you the full size.
2 degrees.
Yeah, if you notice, okay, this is going to show you how big the helix is in the sky. relative to our field. This is 4 full moons across here. So if you imagine 1, 2, 3, 4 moons, the helix is just under a full moon in size, and we have 3 full moons in altitude and height. So we have 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this is a 2 degree by 1.5 degree field. It's not a small field, you know. So Saturn is going to be tiny in here, and it won't be anything like what you can show, because this particular telescope is designed to do wider field imagery, and it's also running at a photographic speed that's called of f2. That means that it's 25 times faster than your telescopes are.
There's a NORAD satellite going through Helix.
Is that what it said? Because I saw one.
I'm looking at Stellarium. It just says there's a NORAD 39191 that actually is supposed to be crossing right over the face of the Helix Nebula right now.
And does it say it is? When did you update your satellite?
I'm watching it right now on Stellarium.
Okay. Well, let's see.
I don't know if that's accurate.
Let's see what my Stellarium is going to show us.
Okay.
Let's find out. Don't do that. Don't say that. Don't be doing that.
Zoom in.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, there it is. See it? See it? It's going up. It's going. Why is
Oh,
it
that
so
it?
far away on
That was
yours?
it?
Well, then again, I am watching from Phoenix, and you were at.
Phoenix.
Oh, you're at Phoenix too?
Well, I mean, Wickenburg, you know, the Wickenburg location, so you're not going to see that much of a difference.
Well, I mean, with a satellite thing, you know, closer Earth orbit might be.
Yeah, you're not going to see that much of a difference. Not that bad.
Yeah, but that's what it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it works, you know, and
Cool.
the satellite elements are updated, you know, when you start it up, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and you know what? Looking at Stellarium, okay, so you have green in your image live right now, and I'm looking at the Stellarium one, and it kind of has a blue and with a red outer band. But you kind of got the red outer band, right?
Yeah, this is actually correct.
Okay, so
in fact,
yours is the correct imaging.
Yeah, let me just show you. First things first, I'm going to do a color correction right now on this. So now watch the colors. You can see the colors change.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there they go. So now this is the correct colors.
Okay.
Okay, I can't find that image I was looking for, so because we're live, I'll defer to do that later. Okay.
Why would Stellarium have it as blue?
Because it's just.
Well, you figure
Stellarium.
astronomy software. You figure they would want an accurate.
Yeah, but
depiction
you know
of what you're looking at.
they're a free astronomy software, so the photos
Yeah,
they
that's
get
true.
are just, you know, kind of almost like placeholders.
You should offer to submit them to them for them. See if they pay you.
Say
Say, here's a real image of it. You
Yeah.
put this on your.
It's a free software. They run through donations, so if anything, I would donate it to them.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Maybe
and
I'll
then-
donate it to them. Can I put my name on this one? Where at? Bottom right.
Yeah, just put it in the bottom right and say, I took this. I did that. All right,
Image
so
courtesy of Keith D'Antonio.
you're right.
SkyTour Space Imaging channel.
Yeah, okay. That's right. SkyTour KP Space Imaging.
Yeah, Mark, we might have to start our own channel. You know that.
I'm not against that thought.
Well, I was thinking about this. Like, okay, you have SkyTour. I have P&K.
Yeah.
Like, what if we created just a channel? Because we do a lot of things, and I had this really good idea about because you know how there's a lot of UFO channels and stuff.
Yes.
And I had this really good idea about, like, maybe once a week or twice a week, we just have a show where we go through all these UFO videos and either debunk them or say, hey, you know, this is somewhat legit. Like, we do the homework to find and confirmations the best we can.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So whatever people are saying or whatever people are submitting. So we take the channels like Secure Team and Third Phase and we go through them and we're like, okay, that one's crap. Next, this one. Okay, this one looks a little cool. Then we do the homework on it. But we do it live so people can see how to do it themselves.
Yeah, but you're going to call me Dream Killer.
No, not when it comes to that stuff. But hopefully we'll get, you know, and then maybe like every once in a while we'll have a special guest, like we'll have Bill come in or we'll have Darren Crapo from, you know, Canada or,
Sure.
you know. People that know
Yeah.
what the X are looking at.
I think that's a great idea.
You know, just a little side channel, a little side project.
Hmm.
You know?
I think that could go out. That could go out with a bang.
We can call it Weenie in the Butt. From Family Guy. Remember that when they started their own radio show?
Yes, I remember.
They did they had an over the top imaging.
Ooh, goody, goody, goody.
Yeah. Weenie in the butt. Yeah. But I think that'd be a cool idea. I don't know, we'll talk about it later. Anyway.
Okay. I think that's cool.
Anybody would want that there in chat? If not, just tell us no and we'll forget about it. Truthfully, I got too many channels as it is already.
I only have one. And this is it.
Well, I mean, hey, and look how far you've come.
Yeah, well, I mean, and this is all you got, right? I mean, this is all good.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep. See?
Yeah.
Vera Light knows who Darren is. He was one of the most. I can honestly say that Darren Crapo has the worst green screen ever. Like horrible.
Really?
It's something right out of like early 2000s trying to be top of the game stuff. But what I will say about Darren Crapo is he is probably one of the most honest people in ufology. He is a former police officer in Canada. He has a lot of fun doing this. He loves it. He has a passion for it, as we do. And he shows the videos and he breaks them down. And he's a really good guy. But his channel really never grabbed traction, so he was trying to figure out like kind of what to do with it. But yeah, if you guys, I think the former name of the channel was like UFO Planet TV maybe or something like that. But I think it's just under his name possibly. But yeah, if you guys get a chance, check out Darren, give him support. One of the nicest guys on any platform. I try to at least stop over there and say hi to him when he's live or when he's premiering a video. Yeah, it's a really good guy.
That's
cool. And I love to work with him, I like people that are genuine like that and is not just going for, views and stuff, where he actually has a passion for it. So, yeah.
Well, it's a very good thought. Maybe we can do that. I'm trying to find him. I can't find him anywhere.
Yeah, I'll look on my YouTube and find out what the name of the channel is now, because I know he changed it a couple times. Just trying to.
Okay.
I'll link people once I find it.
Okay. Well, we're gonna go back to our telescopic view here. And or I should say our overall view, and then I will stop this. We have stacked 56 of these.
Wow.
That's actually more than I did the other night. So we're going to pause this and we'll save it. Right now, Isabella Melamed from Sofia, Bulgaria is saying, yes, I can't wait. Because she does some fantastic processing on our imagery. Okay. So we saved it, and now there's a. Do you have the link to our? Can you put the link for our live server?
I sure can. As soon as I get done posting this Darren link.
Okay. The bottom line is that all these photos are on a live server, so we can actually, as soon as they're taken, they go shipped out of the observatory and go right up to the cloud, and made available to you in minutes. I take an image of the like you see here, okay, like with all the little processing I've done. And I save the stack. This is the stack, and it's also processed, so you can take that and enjoy it. But then I process them later as well, and bring out even more detail, and it really looks beautiful. So that's that. And then I also save them in an astronomical format called fits. Yes, like the shoe fits or it doesn't fit. And fits file is a format that's pretty much for astronomers, but you can actually look at these FITS files with no problem, because you can download a free FITS viewer. So if you look up FITS viewer, you'll find either NASA one or several others, okay, that are made by other companies, and you'll be able to view the files. Okay.
Why can't I find that link? I'm looking at the SkyTour Facebook group, and I can't find the link for the
It's
imaging.
it's pinned at the top.
Is it?
It's a OneDrive link.
Yeah. I thought that's where I got it from before.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go. Okay, got it. Yeah, gotcha. Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah.
And actually, I'm going to open the folder for tonight. That way it links them directly to tonight's folder.
Very good.
Today is what, the... Man,
Today...
wait, we don't even have one for tonight yet.
Today's the 4th.
You didn't save one yet, did you?
No, it's going to make it... It's going to automatically save that, so...
That's what I mean. You haven't made an image yet tonight, so it hasn't started a new folder yet.
I just did this one. We just did this one. I saved it as a fits and then a ping, and it's going to be put up there momentarily.
Okay, I'll wait for it to...
But that link that you have is to the outside of with all the directories of all the images, and you would just scroll down and go to the latest one. So that link is always good. That link's always good, even now. So you can put it up now.
Yep.
Thank you. I want to say hi to Don D, who's joined us here. And I see Gene Beasley is here. Nice to see you. And Wayne, I missed you earlier. Wayne Pinkham. Wayne has lots of bears in his yard. I think he posts images and videos of his bears. That's really cool, Wayne. And Skunk Ape Farm Off-Grid is here as well.
What?
Actually, Skunk Ape Farm Off-Grid. Skunk Ape.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he'd be interested. You'd be interested in this observatory because this observatory is fully green and off the grid. How about that? The electricity for the telescope and for all the equipment running in there is by solar panels that store the energy by day into batteries, and then we use it at night. And then we actually have all of our power from that. We get we get our internet via satellite right now, which is kind of slow, but we're gonna get Starlink soon. And I was just talking about you, Isabella, and you just showed up. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, you know what?
Bob Harless, hi there.
Isabella a administrator for the SkyTour LiveStream page, so she can post all her her processing images on the SkyTour group as well.
Yeah, nice. I thought that she can post anything she wants right now, I thought.
Oh, really? Okay. I didn't know how you had it set up.
Isabella, so let me know.
Anybody can post anything.
Yeah. And also, Isabel's going to be joining us as a co-host, by the way, as a special guest co-host. Yeah.
Good pick.
I had to talk her into it. She didn't want to do it because she was worried that we wouldn't understand her English. And it's like, you know what? I told her that I spoke in Norway and I had to learn some Norwegian, and I'm not good at that, but it endears people when you actually try to speak their language. They like it, and they find it comforting to know you're trying at least.
Right, and Mark is the type of guy that's patient enough that if anything comes out wrong or a little skewed that he thinks people won't understand, he can easily clarify it for you. So you should be A-okay.
She'll be fine. So what we need to do, Isabella, is make sure that you tell me when you'd like to do this. We'll probably always have clear nights out there. We have 300 plus clear nights a year at the site. So it's just a matter of how much I actually can deal with doing it, because we stayed up a little later the other night. It was a 5-hour stream, Keith. We just went like all night.
Really?
And we photographed the Horsehead Nebula and Orion Nebula. Nice. And I didn't stay up longer to catch things like Thor's helmet and stuff. W speaks Klingon. You know what? Kaplach. I would very much like to have Do give us some Klingon stuff here. Klingonese.
Do Klingon.
Okay, Isabella, as far as how, and we could try this ahead of time. I just need you to have your Skype address, if you don't have it, or your Skype ID, and let me know your Skype ID. You can email it to me. You know my email. We've conversed back and forth. And then I will send you a request to communicate in Skype, and then we'll try a test call just to get an idea.
Yeah.
Okay?
It'll be perfect. See,
I'm sure
you
it'll
don't
be
even have
fine.
yeah, you don't have to make the first time you come on like live on the air. And that goes for everybody. I'm pretty sure like anybody can, you'll have that little beginning that way so you're comfortable. So you're not just diving right in.
Yeah. And hold on there, Keith. No, Isabel, don't you learn Norwegian. I had a tough enough time.
She said Norwegian in the meantime.
In the meantime, you're right. I'll just learn it on, on my off time. I'm actually
doing this weekend. Learning Spanish.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty good with languages. I mean, I had 4 years of Spanish in my high school, and never another class, and I still speak Spanish. Ahora.
Yeah.
Yo hablo español
It's crazy.
ahora.
I can understand German. I just can't speak it. Like if somebody's talking German around me, I can understand it and pretty well.
Okay.
But I can't, and that's just because of being around the Amish all the time. Because they're talking.
Oh, that's true. That's right.
Like
The
a high
Yoders.
German. But because their old language, there's not a lot of words for like newer stuff, so they just end up using English. So they'll be talking German, and all of a sudden you hear like toaster.
Right. Those are called loan words. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Like if you say like in Japanese you want to get a coffee, you'll say "Kohio kudasai." It's coffee, kohio.
Or like watching the Spanish, you'd be like, "Donde es que mío alabida Coca-Cola?"
Dame el Coca-Cola, por favor.
Yeah. Borrowed. Loan.
Isabella, you will need earphones. You could use. I'm using earbuds. Plugged into the computer is good enough. If you got them, that's all you need.
Would be a plus.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can just get microphones that just plug right into a USB port on your computer, and it's great.
That's right.
I will suggest condenser mics or cardioid mics, just to, because they're good ones. But any mic, I bet you she does. I mean, she's in production, so I'm pretty sure she knows.
Hey, Crazy Metal Chick Stewart, how are you?
Crazy Metal Chick.
Yeah. She speaks English, German, and Hebrew.
Wow. Jeez, 3 languages. Wow.
I only speak a tiny little bit of English. No, I speak English. I can sort of understand Spanish, and I learned Norwegian a little bit to go on my speaking tour in Norway, but that was it.
Yeah. I'm just like English, German, and sarcasm.
Oh, and Russian. I had to learn some Russian too because I actually worked with a Russian. And then Chinese. Yeah. I had to learn some Chinese because I had Chinese people I was working with too.
Russian is a sexy language, isn't it? No matter what they say, you think they're going to kill you.
That's because they're just it's the way
it's very like brute, kind of like what German is. Kind of.
That's German.
No, Russian is pretty.
Ach du Lieber, don't hurt me, don't hurt me. Yeah.
That's why they talk like this.
I want to say hi to Greg O'Brien, who's here, and I want to say hello to somebody else that came through that I just didn't say hi to, I don't think. I try to make it my point to say hello to everybody that comes in. Oh, boy. I guess I'm going to be short now. I'm sorry. But it's nice to see you come out of the woodwork and actually do this. I'm looking for something else to see, and we're going to go check it out. We're in the neighborhood.
Formal halt.
Yes, a formal halt to all of these things. Now, there's actually some really interesting things actually that are right nearby.
I'm looking. Okay, there we go. Deep sky objects. Okay.
Oh, I actually got one already. We're gonna look at.
Okay. Oh, there's something called the jellyfish cluster.
Yeah, there's also the jellyfish nebula.
Oh yeah.
Yes. That's right.
I'm just looking at this jellyfish cluster to see what the hoopla is.
It's a
Doesn't
cluster.
even look like a jellyfish.
It's a cluster.
It is very weird though because there's 3 really bright stars. Inside there. That's
yeah. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna actually check this out. We're gonna go to this here because I think we can, and we're gonna give it a shot. And I think we're gonna go. We'll watch the star here that we're gonna go to. It's called Difta. You watch the telescope over my head, you can actually see it moving and it's moving over to the east, and it's going to go a little bit south, and it's going to put this star in the center and use it as a star hopping star. Crazy Metal Chick says, my boyfriend and I love nebulas and other stuff, such as black holes and quasars. I can't show you any black holes, but I can show you, well, quasars are tough too, but I do have some objects that look pretty cool. And what I'm about to show you is lots of nebulae, but they're concentrated in another galaxy. You'll like this. You'll like this.
That's a nifty looking one.
OG Skywatch, nice to see you. Rock Lobster. Lobster.
Rock Lobster!
We were at a party. Ooh, yeah, so what we'll do now is we're going to move this galaxy over into the center. And then we're going to... it's actually reasonably low in the sky, but you know what? It's going to look nice anyway because the sky out there is beautiful.
There's a meteor shower place called the Phoenicids.
Phoenicians, yes.
Phoenicians.
From the concept of Phoenix.
There you go.
Constellation. And that's right. Who doesn't like the B-52s? That's right.
Rock Lobster.
Tin roof. Rusted. Love Shack. Maybe Love Shack.
I'm just kind of exploring the sky right now. What is this thing here? What are these? Oh, Sculptor Galaxy. What?
That's what we're looking at.
Really? Is that where you're going now?
I'm in it. You're looking at it. It's on the screen.
I just happened to click it on the screen.
Well, there you go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do a... just do 25 seconds here. I have my guide star by now. And then we're going to remove this. See, what we're looking at here, this is a hypered view. We're actually looking at a...
Mark, hold on. Time out. You never did show the unexplained thing you saw.
I know. But I mentioned I was trying to find that image, and I haven't been able to find it. And I'm going to...
Oh, okay.
I will find it.
Gotcha.
I couldn't find it yet. This is the hypered view of what we're looking at right now, meaning it's sort of like a view that's got some additional... what's the word? It has some additional processing to it. Okay, if I take it out, okay, you barely see anything. I put it on, okay, and now we actually can see what's in there. But this is not our photograph. This is just kind of like a finder view. All right, so it's pretty bright, you know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go through and grab this image at 25 seconds. And we'll be in the stack here in a second. Okay, and we're going to get rid of this because we don't want that.
Mark, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go grab my earbuds instead of these giant earphones.
Okay.
That way it's... see what they came with my phone. I never realized it, so I just threw the box up in the closet, and I found it the other day, and it had like brand new earbuds in it. I'm like, sweet, but I'm gonna try them, see what they're like.
They're good. Right back. They're good, yeah. Crazy Metal Chick. I don't have Comet Leonard yet. At the end of December, look at that. At the end of December, we will be able to see it in our evening sky. Right now, you'd have to stay up with us until like 4 a.m. to see it. And we're not gonna do that. It's not at all. But we will, and we're gonna watch it in the evening sky. So this is the Sculptor Galaxy. This galaxy is a really neat one. Let me just get you some data on it. Okay, this guy right here. Let me actually do something else too. All right, this square in red is the size of our field. Okay, it's 2 degrees, all right, by 1.5 degrees, basically. So, that said, when we look at this Sculptor Galaxy in here, we can zoom in a little bit here. Okay, this galaxy is literally 11 million light years away. So what's that tell you? That tells you that this particular light that we're seeing from this galaxy has been traveling through space 11 million years to get here. Isn't that crazy? But space is like a giant time machine. Every star you see in this field of view, however, is up here in the foreground, and the galaxy's way out here, way far beyond it, out here. Hello. Okay, but these stars are all in our galaxy up front, and the galaxy is being seen way, way, way far beyond. Literally millions and millions of light years beyond those stars. So I think that's pretty cool. And this is the Sculptor Galaxy, like I said. And if we zoom in on it, okay, now we've stacked. Okay, we have stacked 5 images so far. Okay, and usually when we stack that many images, we should be able to zoom in a little bit more, because we get rid of noise in the background, because we're doing that stack, as I said. Remember the image stack, more and more and more and more images get stacked. The data, the stuff we want to see, what you see, the parts of the galaxy are brighter and stick out above the noise. It's called signal to noise. Increase your signal and get it far above the noise, which is down here. See, when you first take a picture, it's all here, but as you increase that, then this becomes more dominant, and that's what we're doing by stacking. And now I'm going to actually do a color process, a real quick color balance. There you go. And now you see it in pretty close to true colors, right? And look at that galaxy. Let's zoom in. We have stacked 7 shots right now, and I will go to 50%. Let me show you what 100% looks like. Okay, this frame you see on the screen is huge. The sensor is giant. So if we look at 100%, like just get it to its natural size, this is what it wants to be. It's got so much more above and on the sides. But that's the Sculptor Galaxy, okay? You know, you've heard Daryl say this before, and it's also true, that if this galaxy was a little bit further north, for us, it would be almost as popular as the Andromeda Galaxy.
Right.
It's 11 million light years away. Andromeda's 2.4 whatever million light years away. And this is a little smaller, being that it's farther away. But when we take pictures of the Andromeda Galaxy, you'll see that the Andromeda Galaxy is this big in our field of view here. Fills it right up. And you can see individual nebulae in the galaxy. In this one, you can see these beautiful spiral arms in here, and you can see this beautiful dark nebula. We call those dark lanes. And that is pretty cool, you know. And I want to see if, as we go on here, again, as time goes on, you're going to see that it's going to start coming through better and better.
Dude,
literally.
That Andromeda one you did is freaking breathtaking.
Oh yeah, and the one I took the other night is beyond breathtaking, and that's the one I'm going to send you.
Nice.
I upsized it so that it's literally 1.8 gig in size, so that's why it's going to be big. And that's not even nearly as.
Thanks for letting me know, because I'll download that to an external.
You're gonna have to.
Well, I mean,
you don't have to, but you're gonna probably want to.
Yeah.
Okay. So there we go, and you can see this galaxy. Again, I have excellent. I have excellent internet here, but out of the desert, we're stuck with 2 megabits per second upload, so it's actually kind of slow. But the fact that I can get it to work, I think, is good. You know, there's a lot going on, and for those that really haven't been here before, let me just bring everything up so you can see what we're talking about. Okay, all right. This is the stack. This is the stuff that controls the stacking of all the frames on top of each other. Okay. Above my head is the telescope in the building out in the desert. Okay, you can actually see the telescope sticking out. It's kind of looking this way. You see it pointing kind of over my shoulder. That's the direction of south. Okay, that wall that you see there in the back behind the telescope, that is the northern wall. And then this wall over here on the right side in your image, that's the eastern wall. All right, and the telescope is in an 11 by 11 building, and it's slightly off center because we have room for other telescopes in there, and that's why we did that. Now, above all that, up here, okay, this is the telescope control system right here. So you can see that we have a north, south, east, west set of buttons for controlling the telescope manually. We also have this keypad. This is to get us into the telescope computer right there. Okay, so I can come over here and I can get out of this and like, pull that out and be out of this, and now we're back in the main menu. Okay, now over here on the right side we actually have and this of course is the main view all around you here. All right, and then over here on this side, this is our camera control system. And one thing to notice here, all right, this number right here is the most important one. It's the exposure time. Right now it's on 25 seconds. The next most important thing is the one that's just a few down. It's called gain. See the gain here? The gain right now is set to 327. And I usually run around 350. And the gain is like the camera's sensitivity, the ISO, if you're familiar with cameras and how they work. And the ISO of a camera, right, that sensitivity is, of course, you know, it's not ISO 327. This is ISO almost like 32,000 or more. Okay, so it's not a 1-to-1 correspondence, and it goes to about 600. Anyway,
Isabella,
go ahead, Keith.
with the quote. Isabella with the quote of the night. She says the light coming from the galaxy takes millions of light years to arrive here, but the 1 second delay of the internet is a problem.
She's absolutely right.
Yeah,
That's right. When I click, this is why, and I think you guys can appreciate this. When I actually click on something, it takes a full second for that click to register, because not of the distance, but because of the slow internet out of the desert. When we have Starlink in February, that's the updated time they said it's going to come. That'll be gone. We'll be doing this fluidly as if we're sitting right at the computer.
Would you say beautiful. The upload speed was for that?
The upload speed out in the desert for that site will be about 40 megabits per second, which is 4 times faster than what I have here.
Yeah, you might be able to get away with UHD streaming. You won't quite get to 4K, but you might be able to get UHD out of it.
Exactly, but keep in mind that I want to throw in other telescopes in there that can also stream simultaneously. 60.
Yeah. Great. Yeah.
Well, we're doing 1080p now.
Yeah, but you're only doing, what, 30 frames?
I don't know.
Probably. I mean, that's the standard.
I'm
You'd
doing
know
this.
if you were doing 60.
Yeah, well, if it was 60, you'd notice it. But with the delay, it's not worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. When you go to Starlink, you go up, I boot it up to 1080, 60 frames per second. That's more than enough.
Oh, yeah. It'll be beautiful.
But you really don't need, I mean, 60 frames per second, it's only going to, if you're going to be doing a lot of like slow motion stuff, and you really don't. Or like the slewing, it's not going to matter anyway because of the camera and telescope optics. So,
that's right.
Yeah, so 30 frames is even just fine.
Yeah. Now, one thing to notice, guys, is, okay, you see there's an object right here. I think that's another galaxy that's in the distance. You see this thing right here? That green thing? It's not a UFO. That's actually a hot pixel, and it happens to be a green one. And that's just a defect on the chip. The chips aren't all perfect on these cameras. This camera is one of the best on the market. It's a dedicated astronomy camera.
Yeah, does it? You know what company made the optics chip?
Yes, this is the company that made the optics chip in this is ZWO, also ASI. But if we come down here, you see that green line? Okay, if we just drop down now, what you'll see at the bottom here is you can start to see a little weird line down here. That's because the telescope is correcting and guiding. So there's another red one right there. The telescope is guiding to get this to keep the stars round and everything. But as it does so, it's moving slightly, and it changes a little bit of where it's looking. So keep in mind that the Earth is rotating, and the combined effect is that we'll get a border on the edge of unaligned material, and that's what we're looking at there. That's what that was down there, and it'll get worse the more we frame the more we do. We did 26, by the way, already on this. That's pretty good. And this, look at this, look at the spiral arms, the way they're coming right around. You can actually follow them around. Okay. Also notice this. The center of this galaxy is has older stars in it. That's why it looks yellowish orange. And the disk has young stars. These are typical of galaxies because that's where stars are formed. They're in the arms of these galaxies. And the center is usually where the old stars are. Pretty cool. And so there we go. Yeah, it's sick, all right. So we'll stop this because we're going to go check out something else.
It almost has more of a 3D look than Andromeda as well. Maybe just because of the way we're looking at it.
Yeah.
But it almost looks like it. You know, the centers raise up a little bit, almost like mountains.
Yeah, you're cool. Seeing it. You're seeing it on an edge. Plus, you're actually seeing some relief. You know, along that. You are. See, right here.
Yep.
There's something there that is interesting. And that's all that stuff we're looking at. Those are star clouds. And again, every other star you see in this image, again, foreground object compared to the galaxy way out here. Okay. So hopefully that helps you figure that out. All right. So we've stopped here. We're going to save this stack. And you'll see it across the top in green. Saved as with a long name .fits. If you want to download a FITS viewer, you can go see those. But if you just want a pretty picture, then we save exactly as seen, like this. And what you actually get is not this. You get the image that's the entire frame. So you get, okay, this right here. That's what you get. And then you're free to zoom in and do stuff you want, you know. And if you need to know how to do any of that or need some help with it, let me know. I'll be happy to help you. Okay. Thank you, Keith, for putting that up.
Yep. I'm going to do that every time you you have an image that you're done with. And
okay. Well,
moving it.
We're going to go and move on.
Yes.
And there we go. And we're just going to we're going to get rid of our stack. And we're going to set our exposure time to just 1 second, which is what we do as a standard so that we can actually watch things update on the screen live. And then we have our shot like that. That's just our finder kind of look. And now I can actually move the telescope and you'll actually watch it move. You'll see it move.
And I'll tell you guys, if you guys really want these images, make sure you go to that link I just posted. You can just get the images itself as he took them right here if you don't want to play around with them or anything like that. I know Mark already said this, but it's really nice to have because now I have a nice folder that's nothing but SkyTour images. Just beautifully done. They make great desktop backgrounds too, by the way.
They really do, yeah.
Yeah.
And if you remind me later, I'll show people how to navigate in the directories out there. It's not hard. Just click, click, and click, and click, and you go down. The pretty pictures are in a directory called processed. Okay. And then if I do further processing on those, I'll upload the new ones to that directory as well. So you have the processed one as we see here, and you have the processed one that I did also.
Now, what do you name those of the ones that you update?
The ones that I update, I name them with the name of the object, and then I have the rest of the name on it that is up there. Because the name doesn't have anything particular on it. That's the thing. It just they're kind of generic names, but that's okay.
Yeah, I didn't know whether you put named it like say Helix Nebula Final Process or Newest Process or what you should do. You should do a date. Just a
it is a date.
So
it is a date. That's the generic name is a date.
When you say you update, okay, so your folders are labeled by the date that they're taken.
Yeah, they are. Absolutely.
If you decide to process a photo, so what I mean is, okay, let's say you go back to a photo that's from, let's just throw out a date, like November 18th. So you go into the November 18th photo, you find that, and you process it more, you should actually upload it the same, but just put, put 12421 on it. So we know that you updated the processing on that one on that date, so they know it's the newest.
Yeah, I just don't want people to go crazy on names. So I put the name of the object, which doesn't appear anywhere else. So And I name the folders. I name all the folders by the object. We're going to another object now that we saw the Helix Nebula first. And that Helix Nebula was really pretty. But it was a planetary nebula, that is the end of a star, but at the end of a star kind of like the sun. Now we're going to look at what happens when a star much more massive than the sun ends its life. And that's what we're going to look at now. We're going to look at a supernova.
And hello to another Don in chat. Now we got Donald Kunzer.
Oh, Don Kunzer is here. Hi, Donald.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Kunzer's a regular. Don D, I've seen before, but I'm glad he's here. Okay, we've sent it up. I also noticed that my focus has remained pretty well on the money right now.
Not bad.
No, and that's look at that. That's half of the supernova, and I'm going to actually show you the other half as well. Okay, this is the side toward the west. Okay, this is the Western Veil Nebula. Okay. And I'm just going to move it over just to show you kind of how it is in the sky with the rest. You'll notice there's another piece up here. Okay. That's the central veil. All right. And there's some more down here. And then if we keep going over, I'll show you. I can't put it all in the same frame, unfortunately, because it's actually bigger than multiple full moons. Okay, it's many full moons in diameter. It's a massive object. Okay, so as I move over now, up there, you can start to see right here, something is coming in as we move over. And that's what we're going to image first. So this is a supernova. It happened about 18,000 years ago, and it's about 1,600 light years away. It's really pretty. When you look at this, you're going to be shocked at the colors that the universe can afford. But then when I tell you why they're the color that they are, you'll be like, wow, that's pretty cool, and you'll understand. Some of you understand now.
Spoiler alert, I've seen this one and it's amazing.
Oh, come on. Yes. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to check the focus. I'm going to go into 100% of the frame in our Finder process view. And actually it looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. By the way, I don't know if any of you were in the chat when I saw this for the first time with SkyTour East, which was here where I am now in Connecticut. This is SkyTour West out in Arizona. I'm running it from Connecticut. But I saw this for the first time and I was blown away. And it never ceases to amaze me how stunning it is. And we're going to do a 25-second shot. Okay? And you'll see that in 25 seconds, the world is going to change. Okay? So it's on its way. The green bar is starting up. 25 seconds underway. You can see it's 19, 18,
You just say
17.
the world is going to change.
Yes, the world is going to change.
The world is going to change.
Yeah. For those who haven't seen it, because no one's ever really seen a truly amazing color like we're going to see. Okay, let me get rid of this guy. And now this object will come in. All right, and I think we're going to just go right to the larger screen.
Do it.
Doing it. Ready? Full screen. Oh, yeah. Okay, now watch. Okay. I have a little more to do, though, because now you're just seeing the brightest parts of it. I want to show you everything. So what I'm going to do is I am going to do this. Look at that. And we're going to do a color change. We're going to set the color of the background properly.
Look at
right
all
there.
those stars.
There we go. There's the right color right there.
Amazing how much we miss just because of, we don't have exposure in our eyeballs.
Well, that's the whole point. I mentioned that on the day before yesterday. I said, we're momentary. We're moment to moment. The photons go in, they're processed, and they're gone. But if we could actually accumulate photons on our retinas, even a little bit, we'd have night vision. If we could have a way to artificially stack photons in the brain, then every time we look, the world would be a little blurry while we had that circuit on. But then you would see in the dark. All you need is just a couple of extra seconds to see in the dark.
Yep.
This
is the one you said looked like, what was it? Alfred Hitchcock?
Yeah. You see the forehead, the eyes, the nose.
I'd say it looks like a Native American, but that's just me.
Well, that's because of this sloping forehead you're seeing. And it does. But this is a supernova remnant, and what's interesting about this is that, when a supernova explodes, we go back to before it explodes. Before the supernova explodes, it's a really, really hot star, a star that might be like an O-type star. What's an O? Well, we designate stars with a letter grade, basically, and it's O, B, A, F, G, K, and M. We're a G, okay? And the hottest stars in the universe are O-type stars. They're biggest, they're bluest, they're hottest, and they live the shortest amount of time. So the star that made this was probably only a few million years old when it blew up. Why would it blow up? Stars are always on a feather balance. They're having outward radiation pressure. They're creating hydrogen fusion. There's materials being created in their core, and that sends out outer radiation that holds the star up against the gravity that wants to collapse it. So this balance is called hydrostatic equilibrium, and that's what our sun is in now. That's what every star you see in this picture is in now. And when the star runs out of that central fuel, it starts to fuse other fuels, and in the process of doing that, it begins to expand into what's called a supergiant, a red supergiant. And then eventually, when it runs out of all of those fuels, the star's core, which was doing all that furious, hydrogen and carbon fusion and nitrogen and oxygen fusion into other elements in our periodic table, when it runs out of everything to do that with, no more silicon, it might have iron left in the core, and that's all it can go. It can't go beyond it, And as soon as that's done, then the gravity is now saying, hey, there's nothing to hold me away from collapsing, and it starts to collapse when all the fusion stops. And in a fourth of a second, the star's core collapses. And when it collapses, it literally smashes more elements together in the center because of the massive pressure of the overlying mass and the gravity of all that mass bashing that down into the center. And then when it first starts to collapse, that stuff hits in the middle, and iron can't be crushed anymore, really, so it starts to push back. And now you've got stuff coming back at high speed, stuff going in at high speed, and it literally rips the star apart in a massive explosion called the supernova, and that is what happened here. And all the star's chemicals that it made in its core, all the materials that were in the star when it was formed, are blasted out to the interstellar medium. And when we look at a star's, basically the scar left behind by an exploding star, we look at this and say, wow, that's beautiful. And it is. But it also belies the sheer violence that this cataclysm was born under. And that's the thing that's very, very interesting. So if we go to 100% right now, okay, you can see the colors.
Very violent.
Yeah, everything in the galaxy wants to kill you. Yep. So if we just go to 100%, okay, let's take a look. This red stuff here, this is hydrogen gas. This greenish blue stuff, that's oxygen. But it's not just regular oxygen, not just regular hydrogen. This is gas that's very hot. This is the former envelope of the star, but when it blew off, it would tend to cool down because it's blowing off, and as it blows out, it might cool down. But the other thing that's happening is when that star was still a star, it had this copious amounts of radiation that was barreling out from that star. And what did that do but create a giant cavity around the star of space that had relatively little in it, because the stars of that kind, especially the O's, have what were called stellar winds that are just monstrous, and they blow out all the stuff, all the dust, all the other gas. But when they go supernova, that stuff blows out, and eventually that stuff catches up with the edges of that cavity, all right, because it's going outward and outward and outward, and the cavity is only so big from the star's initial stellar wind. So what happens is that stuff slams into the interstellar medium, all right, where it's just beyond the cavity. So that cavity made by the star's gone, blows up, that stuff moves out unimpeded at really, really high speed, reaches the edges of that cavity, and it's like a truck plowing into a snowbank. It stops really fast, and as it slows down, it gets hot, this gas, right? And thus it ionizes, and you can see the green. That's something called doubly ionized oxygen. We know that because we can study the spectra of these stars to understand what that is. And the red is singly ionized hydrogen. And doubly ionized oxygen will glow greenish blue, and the hydrogen that's ionized will glow red. This is a famous... We're just
going to go ahead and ignore all these thousands upon thousands of stars in this little area of space we're looking at.
Well, that's actually a very important point. It's an important point, and I'll get to that in just a second, because you're right.
Wow.
So we're looking at this stuff. So this is one star's demise that we're looking at here. One star. But as Keith said, which is where I was going next, look at all these others. Undoubtedly, some of those stars are way more massive than the sun. The sun will never do this. The sun will never just blow itself to bits. The sun, however, will do like what the helix did. It will puff off those outer layers in a much slower, more, quiescent death. Okay? Don't worry, it's going to be another 5 billion years or so for that to happen. But we would see that here. So our sun will eventually have a nebula around it as well. But we won't get this. Where this source was for this is way back out here somewhere. And then you've got that other side. And that stuff that expanded, it was filamentary because of the fact that it's coming off as a cloud of gas and dust, and then it gets hot, and you see these beautiful tendrils of gas. Okay, again, probably split apart by the interstellar medium and all the stuff it's slamming into, but it's just gorgeous. It's probably one of my favorite objects in the sky. And we'll stop here and then head over to the other side, because I want to show you that. And then we'll move on, because there's something else I want to show you as well. It just never stops. The fun never stops at the Fun Factory. Remember that?
Oh, hi, Mark.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Keith. And save it exactly as seen.
Yep.
Yep. So there we go. And so we'll get out of that and come back to our camera, and we'll go back to 1 second.
So funny. There's that. On that image anyway, there was just like a little dead area of not a lot of stars. It's pretty cool looking.
Well, it's still in the buffer. So what I can do is, if I bring this up again, we should see it.
There you go.
There it is.
Yeah. See where your cursor is? Go down to his nose.
Right there.
Okay, and then go to the right. Go to the right.
Right there?
Go to the right. Go to the right. Go to the right. Go to the right. Go to the right.
You're looking on YouTube, aren't you?
No, I'm looking right at your thing. Where your cursor is, go to the right. Go to the right. Keep going. Keep going to the right. Keep going to the right. Keep going. Keep right there. Stop.
Oh,
wait,
this whole area?
No, go back. Okay, now wait. Stop your cursor. Go to the left a little bit. Just a teeny bit. Okay, now go straight down. Down, 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 right there.
Oh, right here.
Yep.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. So what might that be?
Can we zoom
the
that?
same. I could, and it could be what this is too. And it could be what this is, too. We could be looking at dark nebula that's blocking the stars behind it.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that one in particular just jumped out at me, because there is a couple areas, but I don't know. It just,
Well, let's
for some
find
reason,
out.
that one just jumped out.
Well, let's let it jump
Maybe because
out.
there's a lot of condensed stars around it.
Maybe.
You know, a little bit more than the rest of the areas, but I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah. It's like they're all just looking back at us.
Well, if you think about it, we don't know. We don't know whether there's actually life in the universe, but we suspect there is. I sure think there is. But we do know that it won't be in these supernova remnants because it's way too hot.
And violent.
Planet atmospheres would get fried.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if they did exist, that could be a problem. Let's just go back down to, say, 50%.
Yeah, so we can find it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're talking about this guy right here, I think.
No, it was way further over than that.
Okay, let's keep going then.
Okay, we were at the nose, and then we went over to the right, and then we went down, so you gotta go down more.
It's going to be pretty... Right there? That's gotta be it.
Yep, I think that's it.
Okay. All right, well, we can zoom in directly to that.
Look at that. Even the faintest stars are now showing up. That's insane.
Yeah, see, there's even
It
more
looked
in
like
there,
a
yeah.
void. Why does
Yeah.
it look like a rings in there? Or is that just because of the light?
I don't know. See, but
You see that?
what is that? What's that?
The light, the little stars inside that void that we were looking at, they look like rings.
Oh, that might be a slight focus issue.
Hmm.
Because we're off at the edge of the frame, and at an f2, the system does have some artifacts in the objects that are near the corners. Okay. But anyway.
Wow, those stars over there, too, just going in a straight line down there. What the heck?
In these?
Yeah, that's kind of neat.
Yeah. Yeah, Daryl notices those all the time. Those could just be, because there's so many stars, we look for geometric regularity naturally.
Look for patterns. Yeah.
Yeah, and so we look for that and we see it. These could just be, but they're really not in a line. If you notice, this star is to the right of this star, which is this one, which is to the left of that star,
I think
which
they're
is to the right of that star. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're not in a line, but our mind smooths all these things, smooths them out. Okay, let's do this. Okay, I'm going to get out of the stacker now and go back to do what I wanted to do, which was to get the other object. And we're going to be now 1 second. So here we go.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. So now let's drop out to our auto frame here. This is taking a lot of time tonight. Sorry, guys. Okay. All right. So now we're gonna go back to our full telescope view. All right. And now I'll do this. I'm gonna just bring up this, go to here, and speed up our scope for what we call slewing. So now slewing, so I can go this way now. And there we go. Off it goes.
Let me know if you need me to fill the void of silence.
Oh, I know what you might do.
What?
Something you do every day.
No. Me?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
My lord.
Yes. Sir, of course. Let me just take us here.
We shall visit a gaseous cluster.
I bet we will. Yeah.
Just something to fill the void.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Keith.
Yeah, right. Did that on last stream, remember?
Yeah,
Trying to get them close together.
that was funny.
Right.
All right,
I don't
so
know
we're
if I
gonna
like
go-
these earbuds or not. I mean, the sound is so much more rich in the headphones. I mean, even
They
if they're
are.
like earmuffs.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And plus, I think these, earbuds have a little microphone on them or something, which I'm not sure is.
All right.
Whatever. Who knows?
Okay. Oh, come on.
See, that doesn't sound good in my earbuds.
This is a family stream. What are you doing?
Mm-hmm. Everyone in that family poots.
Yeah, and they always do it on the air.
Right.
Okay.
That's how we get sponsors.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, a SkyTour LiveStream brought to you by Bush's Baked Beans.
Yeah. Remember that commercial for the astronauts on the moon?
Right.
Remember that commercial?
You're trying to hide.
He's trying to hide that bird. Huh? And the monster turns back to him.
Poor guy.
Yes. It's for everybody else, but not for astronauts. That was a very funny commercial. Okay.
These earbud things. I don't know how people stand them things. Maybe my ears just aren't built for them. Who knows?
You probably have the
much
wrong.
better.
You probably have the wrong size.
No, I tried all of them and just so uncomfortable.
Okay.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me test this again to make sure we got good sound.
Okie
1,
dokie.
2, 3, 4. Yep, we got it.
You're good.
It's back to good.
Yeah. I knew that was happening. I knew that was coming. Yeah, when you said that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Burn. Yeah.
Having a little fun here on the SkyTour LiveStream, live on YouTube. By the way, check out SkyTour Radio tomorrow night at 8 p.m. No, 6 p.m.
6
8
p.m.
p.m.
6 to 8.
6 p.m.
6 to 8.
6 to 8 p.m. on
Yeah,
KTRO.
SkyTour Radio, we're doing a sort of changing a little bit of the format. We talk about astronomy things, but we're doing them as they relate to SkyTour LiveStream. So what we take pictures of here, you'll see fully processed in SkyTour Radio.
Nice.
Yeah, no, it's really cool.
Are you doing the live video with the show now or no?
Yeah, it's all live video. Yeah, it's like a TV
Okay.
show now.
Oh, I didn't know how you handled like replays and if you did, replay the video as well or not.
Yeah, no, I don't play back the stream here. It's just another live show.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, so this is another side, and Crazy Metal Chick, if you like these images of this past thing, watch this one. This is gonna really, really make you say, "Wow!" I'm telling you. So I'm waiting for my telescope to acquire guide star. Look how far over it is. It's looking toward the west right now. Okay. And Cygnus will be setting soon, and that's what constellation we're in. Cygnus, and we're gonna set this frame to again 25 seconds, and exactly. All right, so now we go stack it, and when I come in here, you're gonna see the eastern veil, the one from the other side. Okay, that's the one we did before. That's what's in the buffer. And the progress bar is doing the western veil, the other side. So let's clear this. All right. And now you'll see what's on the other side of it. It's the other side of the expansion. It's a spherical expansion thing, by the way. All right. So it's an expansion cloud of debris that's moving out in a sphere. And this is the western side of it. Okay. Now, you'll notice it looks very different from the eastern side. But it's not because the star exploded weirdly. The star exploded pretty much the same in all directions. But the reason it looks different is it has to do with the density of the material that it's striking in the interstellar medium. Remember that cavity I told you that these hot young stars, when they're living their lives and fusing hydrogen to helium furiously, and then helium into carbon, and carbon into nitrogen and oxygen, blah 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 blah, all the way to iron. Okay, that cavity that they empty out around them, all right, is the borderline. It was to the left of this somewhere, and what happened was the supernova expanded, and like I said, it went out unimpeded, just like the other side, and then it struck a dense wall of material, and that slowed it right down, like I said, a truck hitting a snowbank, and that heated up this gas and caused it to do this ionization thing. And we can go through how that all really happens. I mean, I'm kind of glossing over a lot, but understand that oxygen glows this greenish blue, and hydrogen glows red, along with some neon and strontium and other elements. Okay, but let's just go to 50% now to check it out. Okay, look at that. I mean, it looks almost like it's a twisted mess, but you know what we could be looking at here, and I'm going to do this.
It looks like a toxic flame.
It does, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but there's a way. Let me just correct the colors here. So now I'm doing color correction now. Okay, there we go. Now the color's been corrected.
OG Skywatch said the magic word. You are winner number 5.
Okay. Yep.
Must be for my ultraviolet male.
You're just like a... Yeah, it's like... I wonder if there was ever a time when you wouldn't do that. Maybe there isn't. Oh my gosh.
I've done that at a funeral before.
No way.
Infowars.com.
Mm-hmm. Let's zoom this, shall we?
Zoom it.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. Especially that bright streak below the star. Really bright green streak.
Yeah, and here's something interesting. That star is called 52 Cygni, and it's actually, again, the same thing. Way up here, and the nebula is way back here. Okay? So the star has nothing to do with the nebula. There's a halo around the star. The halo around the star is actually just because of the brightness of this particular star with this particular optical system. But here's something to understand. That bright streak right there, yes, that's a really bright streak.
No,
but
I'm
you're
talking
seeing
about
this
the one
thing.
below that.
I mean, this one or this one?
Yeah, that one. That's
Oh,
crazy.
yeah, that's bright. Yeah.
It might just be my monitor too, but it's like popping, like really bright.
Yeah, it's somewhat popping. This is too. And there's a lot more over here if you notice. It's just very subtle.
Yep.
Now, remember, this happened in a sphere. The star exploded in a spherical ball of debris. As it did that, okay, you have to keep in mind that the star exploding that way hit the interstellar medium at the outside of its cavity that it had carved out. And it's different everywhere, the density of the interstellar medium. Here, it's such that the material wasn't this big feathery piece. It was actually a very, very tight little shape that you see here. Maybe that shape is, though, being seen from the side. Maybe if we look at it from this side, if we were over on the other side of this, maybe it would look like that. But we're seeing it kind of from the side, And maybe that one on the other side is being seen kind of like this, as opposed to this. So maybe there's a vantage point where we'd actually see that one as well look that way. And if you look at this stuff in the middle here, like over my head, that's stuff that's coming out at us or going away from us in this spherical expansion cloud of hot gas from the supernova. Remember, the universe is in 3D. It's really cool, Hi there, Louis Ta. Yeah, we have Keith with us tonight. What's that?
It's almost in 4D. It's like we're in a sphere of just amazingness.
Yeah, yeah. This is
everywhere you look, there's something to look at.
Yeah,
See what I did there?
Yes, I did. But see, this is gorgeous. This again is the oxygen cloud here, and what's neat is if we zoom in on this. Now we've stacked. I'm looking down here. We just finished stacking 14. You can see that right over there, down on the line there. If we go to 100% and just go zipping through this right here, all right, this nebula has a lot more going on in here. You see subtle streaks here, okay? Subtle stuff here that wasn't visible until we started doing this longer exposure.
You said that green is hydrogen?
No, the green is oxygen, but ionized twice.
Gotcha.
Doubly ionized oxygen. You know, we call that O3 with that Roman numeral 3.
Remember, in some of the sci-fi fantasies, they have ships going through areas like this to get fuel. Is that I don't know how that would work, but still.
It's actually completely implausible, and it's sci-fi, and we love it. Okay,
Yeah.
But that's why it's science fiction, because this looks dense here, doesn't it? But you know something? If you were there, it would be way less dense than you going through a very, very light cloud here on the Earth's,
Probably
in the Earth's
unnoticeable.
atmospheres. You might not even see it. That's right.
Yeah.
Might not even see it.
But it's like,
that?
oh, we have to drive through the nebula to pick up, hydrogen. I mean, it's abundant. I mean, hydrogen could be used as fuel, obviously.
Well,
But-
I mean, there is a starship concept that uses that process, but it's doing fusion and so forth. So you don't need a lot of hydrogen. You just need a way to compress it.
Okay, do me a favor for anybody
Get it
that
hot
doesn't
enough.
know, including myself because I keep forgetting. Describe the difference between fusion and fission.
That's a really good concept. And while this is stacking, we'll do that. I'll just drop out to the full size so you can see it. Look at that. It's just stunning. Look at that. Okay. In a nutshell, fission is splitting atoms. Fusion is crushing them together. Okay, that's one. But the problem we have is that we do fission just fine. And what is fission but a methodology of taking pellets of radioactive fuel and stacking them in a rod, okay, and doing several of these and putting them next to each other. And when you're next to each other, these things are firing off radiative particles that hit these things over here, and they heat up. And they're in a bath of water, and the water heats up, and the water is cycled out. I mean, what does a reactor do but make steam? That's all it's for. Just make steam, to run turbines. And so what happens, that's fission. And to stop this reaction, I mean, if this stays this way, and there's nothing in between it to stop it, like a shield of some kind, then it's possible that if the water level gets too low in here, that these could get so hot that they could melt. And if they melt, then this will destroy the reactor, and we have a catastrophe called a meltdown, like happened with 3 Mile Island, like what happened at Fukushima, like what happened at Chernobyl in a sense. Chernobyl was an explosive reaction from another process. But now, to stop those reactions of these two rods next to each other, you have to insert an inert rod in between them that doesn't allow the high energy radiative particles from leaving this rod and going into this rod where they will heat it up. And this insertion process, well, you've heard the term scrammer reactor. Well, they insert all those rods. Those are called control rods. And they drop them down in between all of the fuel rods. Okay, these are the fuel rods we're talking about here. And then these rods that go down in between the fuel rods cause the reaction to shut off. Doesn't happen right away. It takes time to slow down and the temperatures drop. So dropping these fuel rods in and out of the reactor like that is how they meter the reaction, how they make it become go full tilt to full quality, full capability, or cut it off. To do that insertion of the rods takes energy. You've got to have the energy to move those rods down into the fuel rods to start working on the reaction. In other words, you need electricity to make this electricity. So you're borrowing some of what you're making to control your control rods. But guess what? Sometimes there's a failure of the system. Sometimes things get overloaded. And that happened at Fukushima. The diesel motors that were supposed to supply electricity were swamped by the tsunami. And what happened was, over time, the water in the pools, that the rods could not be inserted. And the reactions just kept going and going and going. Water boiling. The pumps couldn't work, so the water boiled away, leaving the rods exposed to air. And that was a deadly disaster, because now those rods are melting. And when they melt, one of the things that's made with the water being so hot is hydrogen gas. Hydrogen gas filled the building, and then the hydrogen blew up. Boom! And these fuel pellets went all over the countryside. And I think it was like 5,000 square miles were poisoned by that explosion. So that's fission. Dangerous, dirty, and the byproducts of it have to be stored in a secondary pool of water that keeps the reaction inert, and in specialized drums to prevent the reaction from getting out of control again, because it can. And those also ran out of water, and those also melted down and caused an explosion. So,
not to mention, you still got to store the rods then once they're depleted.
And once they're depleted, they're still highly radioactive.
And guess where they put them, people?
In a salt mine.
In a salt mine.
Deep in salt mines.
Idaho, Utah. You know.
So the other thing is, but now that's fission. But what about fusion? Okay. See, so in other words, liken fission to a deep valley. Your reactor's down at the bottom. To make it stop, you got to push that reaction out of this deep valley. That's putting in those fuel rods, those control rods I was talking about.
Right.
And those
go to the fusion. When they get rid of these rods, they usually encase them in concrete, right? Because there's something about concrete that actually helps.
Yes.
But what is it? I read it somewhere, but now I'm having trouble remembering what it is. Is it because of it's a certain kind of concrete that's not as porous, or something like that? But they're really thick. You can. What?
Yeah, I mean, the sarcophagus for Chernobyl was made out of the concrete, but the trouble is the sarcophagus is coming apart at Chernobyl. That's a dirty little secret that you're not hearing about. But
think about it. They put all them things in the mountain, you know?
Yes.
It's like...
Now, it will never blow up like a bomb. That's not ever going to happen.
No.
But you could end up with a nuclear event of some kind, like a nuclear steam geyser, a radioactive steam geyser. If it hits the water table and melts inside.
And rabbits for 3 years, and... You know,
well, yeah,
stuff like that.
Maybe, right. You want a lucky rabbit's foot? Just cut one of those 6 legs off that rabbit.
Exactly.
But fission is like that. You know, it's like in a deep valley. You got to put in energy to stop that reaction and raise that reactor to the top of the edge. But fusion, it's the other way. Fusion's like a reaction that takes place teeter-tottering, almost out of balance all the time, and you've got to actually put energy in to keep it going. If you take out the energy to keep it going, then it'll just shut off. So obviously fusion is much safer. And by the way, the byproducts of fusion are things like tritium. Tritium is radioactive, but I could hold some powder in my hands and rub it on my arm. Tritium, radioactive tritium. I rub it all over my arm. Okay, rub it on my face. Okay. And as long as you didn't breathe it, it wouldn't get through my skin.
It's just like iodine.
It wouldn't hurt me. I mean, that's the problem that fission does. The fission reactants will kill you, but fusion reactants won't. You know, I mean, they could, obviously, in the wrong place, wrong time, but it's so much easier to manage fusion from the standpoint of waste than fission. Fission creates a debris that we can't do anything with, really, other than bury it, get it out of sight. You know. Now, one of the things that has been thought of in the past was, well, just load up a big rocket full of all our fission products and go launch them into the sun or smash them into the moon.
Yeah, I can't see anything going wrong with that.
Right. Rocket blows up on the launch pad and... well, actually, okay.
The truth all is... in ultraviolet male.
That's right. That's right. So, you know, I mean, so there's a whole bunch of things. But the fusion is definitely safer. But you gotta see, there's no containment vessel on the Earth. None whatsoever. that can currently hold a sustained fusion reaction for very long. That's because the fusion reaction is so hot. Let's talk about what's the basic fusion reaction. The lowest temperature needed to make fusion happen is around 13 million degrees Celsius. Now convert that to, 13 million Kelvin, I believe. And then convert that to Fahrenheit, and you're talking like 56 million or something like that. There's nothing, no metal, no material on the planet that can withstand that kind of heat. So they talk about, a containment vessel that's not touching it, like what's called a magnetic bottle. So you suspend them magnetically in the middle, and that's what they're trying, and that has met with some limited success.
By the way, 13 million Kelvin is 23,399,540 degrees.
Yeah, but actually,
Google for the win.
Huh?
Google for the win.
Oh, Google for the win. Okay.
Yep.
And I was trying to find out the. I don't know. I sort of had a brain blip on this one.
12 million. Well, basically 13 million Celsius.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
That's a lot of degrees, man.
Yeah. It is. It is. And I'm trying to think of. Okay, it's 13 million Kelvin. That's right. But then that's to make hydrogen into helium. Okay. Now, if you want to then make helium into carbon, the next element in the periodic table, you actually have to go to 100 million Kelvin. Okay, that's the threshold temperature to do that, and these big stars do that, and then stars bigger still go to 500 million Kelvin. Now, what's Kelvin? Well, okay, Kelvin is a temperature scale that starts at 0 and goes up as high as you can go. And to see where it sits with the centigrade and Fahrenheit, okay, Kelvin 0, absolute 0, okay, plus 273, all right, gives you Celsius. So it's 273 Celsius. I'm sorry, minus 273 Celsius is absolute 0, okay? So now we're talking about, that's how the scales relate to each other. So you have to go to 500 million Kelvin just to start making oxygen in a star, just to start making neon, magnesium, and sodium, all right? And if you want to make oxygen and magnesium, from neon, then you got to go to 1.2 billion Kelvin. I mean, that's intense, as Crazy Metal Chick Stewart says. That's intense. Yeah, that or she's talking about this thing here, which is also really intense. So there's an awful lot of directions you go, and remember, one set of atoms is made from the previous sets of atoms in the periodic table too. Hydrogen to helium, helium to carbon, carbon to neon, neon to oxygen, then to silicon, and then onward, all the way getting to iron and nickel and titanium and chromium and calcium. Yeah, right. But if you think about it, that is where our elements come from. That is where our periodic table comes from. Everything in your body, the calcium supplements you take, made in the heart of a star.
Yeah. You know what's crazy about this image too? Notice
that?
to the left of the sliver, there's like way more stars than to the right.
Oh yeah, this particular shows that. I was curious to find out. I want to get a deeper image of this to see if there's actually a dark nebula back here that we might be missing as in our views here. There may be something dark back there that's blocking some of the further stars, but I don't know. One clue is case when you look at this with the Earth, okay. At sunset, okay, the sun is red, okay? So let's go to 100% here and just pop in, okay. At sunset, the sun is red, all right? And that's because we're looking through more air. Well, in the same way, if we're looking through more dust, then we'll see a lot of red stars. And certainly we do here. Look at all the red stars here. They're reddened. This is called interstellar reddening, perhaps, that we're seeing here. Go to the other side, and now we do a study and say, are the stars just as copious of the red type? And if you look, you'll see that, well, actually, no, they're not. But they are on the other side, which tells us that maybe we're looking through some dust at some stars that are reddened more. Because you see how many there are. We don't see that on the other side. We see a few, but we don't see them in this kind of numbers. So basically what that says is there's probably potentially a dark nebula here, okay, that's actually got stars within it that have their light being reddened by it, in the same way the sun's light is red on the horizon at sunset.
What actually decides which way, like, interstellar dust and stuff goes? Is it just projected out from where the initial energy expulsion is, or what?
Initially, that's correct. And then what happens is, once it gets out there, it has a velocity, it has a speed. When it impacts the other parts of the stellar, molecular clouds or the interstellar medium out there, what happens is it's going to start to slow down and heat up, because it's coming out at a vicious speed, and then it's being asked to slow down. Anytime you do that, you're changing what's called kinetic energy, the energy of motion, into heat. And that can cause ionization, which causes these colors we see here.
So no kind of solar wind or anything would influence that, or no?
Oh, no. But if we look at this further, each of this gas, these are made of atoms. Atoms are subject to gravity. So if there's another gravitational source somewhere else nearby, then that gas could get pulled toward it. Gas doesn't have a mind of its own. Gas is subject to gravity. It's a particle. It's an atom.
Okay.
Gotcha. However, there's just very few of them. It looks like there's a lot right there, but there's very few. You can fly through this and not even know you made it through there.
Yeah, that's the one thing we got to keep in mind too, and which I have a big problem with, is just realizing we're looking at something very far away, but there, you probably couldn't see one end to the other. That's like
you would not know it's there. You wouldn't know you're in it. You might see some faint green.
We might be in one and not even know
photographs. Well, we actually do have some structures around us that we hadn't noticed until the last few years. So there's some stuff going on around us too. Space is full of
but we
crap.
could be in the middle of like one of these and not even realize it.
Yeah, space is full of crap. It's just full of stuff out there.
Space is full of crap. That's a quote from Mark D'Antonio, ladies and gentlemen.
You got it, and that's actually true.
Space is full of crap.
Space is full of crap.
Yeah, but it's very rare that I see like such a defining line between seeing many and then seeing less on either side of an object. It's just it's kind of different.
Well,
I understand your explanation.
Yeah, I know you understand what I was saying.
Yeah, it's just,
okay, so what we're gonna do is we save this, so this will now be, this was actually 56 or 57 stacked frames. So what we're gonna do now is go in and we'll go in and I saved it exactly as scene 2. So I'm gonna go back and now goes back to our 1 second shot here and take us. Let me just do this too. All right. I think that's good. Okay. So now let's get out of this. Go back to our full view of the entire processing. Yeah, there we go. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to go to something different, something else, something exciting, something new. Something exciting, something new. All for me, all for you. Yeah, I know. Well, it's not exactly something new. I want to show people what happens to all that gas and dust after it gets expelled from a supernova. Where does it go? If you can imagine hundreds, trillions upon trillions of stars that have previously gone supernova in the universe, you have to ask, well, what happens to that material? This next object shows you what happens. Gives you an example of where it goes. Okay, so we're going to make our way to another star. And that star is probably going to be Deneb, which is the tail of Cygnus the Swan.
Deneb.
So, Deneb, right here. There it is, look, centering Deneb. Do I know this stuff or do I know this stuff? No. All right, and then we're going to move on.
We're screwing over to Deneb. It's a conspiracy.
The
Doesn't even
Deneb.
exist.
It doesn't even exist.
Infowars.com versus Planet.tv.
Well, I mean, Deneb is something like 1,500 light years away, so we're seeing its light as it was 1,500 years ago. If something happened to it 1,000 years ago, it might be gone.
Yeah, it's probably not there anymore.
Uh-oh, now look.
Beetlejuice
Now we're
probably
coming into
gone
this.
too.
It could be. I'm hoping Betelgeuse goes because I want to see that. I want to
Right?
see supernova.
How awesome would
yeah.
that be to cover a supernova like for the next 5 years?
And what happens when we stream it?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
So this is a nebula called the North America Nebula. Now you don't really see, you sort of see it, but I'm going to show it to you a little better by moving this up.
We've seen this last week. This is a beautiful area.
Yeah, but the point is, when all those supernovae spread all this gas, you also get a lot of dust with these supernovae, and that dust comes from the outer layers of these supergiant stars, and molecules are formed out there, and it's just an amazing development. But now we're going to move this here, and we're going to do a 25-second photo of this to show you where all the gas and dust from the supernovae go. And I have a feeling that you'll appreciate this.
Hey, have you done the Elephant Trunk Nebula on your stream before?
Oh, yes, we have.
Yeah, I kind of
We
figured
can do that. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's another example of what happens after supernovae spread their innards, spread star innards to the universe. The interstellar
about
medium
Cocoon?
becomes. I did the Cocoon 2 nights ago.
Nice.
It's beautiful. And the Cocoon has a trail of black next to it, though it's really a black dust. Okay, this is going to be 25
I remember the
seconds.
Cocoon, and I just remember there being like, it looked like a, like there's a really bright star in the middle, and there was like, really like alleyways of dark.
Yes.
Really awesome.
Like the Trifid Nebula.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to clear this now. And we took the best shot of the Cocoon we've ever seen 2 nights ago here.
Oh, really?
It's up there. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
You can actually see this red, beautiful nebula, and it's fringed with blue, what are called blue reflection nebulae, which is just dust that's actually scattering the blue light from the stars. That's why it's called a reflection nebulae. Look at that. Okay. This is an example. All right, let me...
And for anybody wanting to know, that's why it's called that. It looks like Mexico, or the Gulf of Mexico,
right there,
Florida,
right there in the Gulf
and
of
the
Mexico,
United States.
Florida. Yep. And then this right here is the pelican. See, there's an eye, there's a beak.
But I'll tell you what, if
pelican.
you move your head and tilt it, so it almost looks like the Green Goblin looking downward.
Yes.
Pareidolia. Gotta love it. Wow,
Yeah.
Andromeda's like right up around here, doesn't it? Woo!
Yeah.
Jeez.
Don't worry, we're gonna go there.
I didn't even realize. Triangulum Galaxy? What?
That's right. Measure 33.
Hold on, sorry, I'm just playing around in Stellarium.
I know you are. I can tell.
Wow.
So here's what we're looking
okay.
at. So this is an example, though, of what we're talking about. This is the example of, let's go full screen, okay, of exactly what happens to the material blown away by the supernova. Okay, we see a lot of this dark material. This is actually not voids in the stars. These are actually dark material in front of this brighter nebula back here. That's what that is.
This is the North American Nebula.
That's right. This is a North American nebula. Yeah.
Or the Green Goblin Cluster. I can't unsee it now. Like, I still see the pelican, but yeah, if you tilt it, doesn't it look like the Green Goblin looking downward, or like a Wicked Witch?
Yes.
Kind of. What do you all
Yep.
see? Anybody see anything different between these two nebula? Let's let the Pareidolia play.
So
Kind of looks like a horse.
it's true. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool. Yeah. And here's your nebula crazy metal chick. I know you like to see the nebulae. Well, here we go. I'm going to also do some work on this to make this look better. I'm going to color correct a little bit. All right.
I will request the Triangulum Galaxy tonight before we quit.
Of course. And we'll do that.
If you will, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I will. Okay, now we're going to do a little bit of modifications here. This is... Let's bring this up to where it should be. Okay. So this is more like what this nebula looks like. This is the North America. Look at this. It is just stunning. Wow. It's like I'm in the way, so I'm going to move over here. Look at that. When you look at this now, okay, you see the Pelican up there, okay? And you see the North America over there. And you're looking at this stuff here. This stuff right here. This is the stuff that I was talking about. When you look at that, these are areas that are dust overlying the gas behind it, right? And let's take a look at just a few things up close. All right, let's just go in. We're gonna go to 100% right now.
I love when you did
Full
those colors
frame.
the other night, like boosted them. That was insane.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful. It's really pretty.
Once again, if he takes the picture, you can get it tonight for a nice desktop background if you want it.
That's right. This picture is
High
available.
definition.
And they're huge.
And they're huge.
Yeah, actually, the resolution of these, if you want to go there, okay, the resolution of these is that I'll show you over here. It's right here, capture format, so you can see it visually. It's 4,144 pixels by 2,822. So
ladies and
basically,
gentlemen, we're talking IMAX.
Yes. 4144 by 2822. It's actually it's higher than 4K.
Oh,
actually,
I
if it was
cannot
video.
wait to get the virtual reality stuff involved with this. It's gonna be so awesome.
Can you imagine?
Oh,
But check this out. Look at this. Okay, let me get out of the way because now I'm in the way over here. But look at this.
Vera, that's what we said last time. He said it looked like the mailman off of that old Dinosaurs TV show. For the Flintstones. With the pterodactyl.
It does look like a pterodactyl. That's right. That was actually the it was like Fred Flintstone worked in a quarry, and the pterodactyl was like the steam shovel or whatever it was.
What was it? Was he or was he the whistle? No, that was something else.
That was a little tiny bird.
Yeah.
The pterodactyl was like a steam shovel type thing.
Yeah.
Check this out. Look at this. Look at this incredible little wispy structure here. This is a dark nebula. This is molecules of carbon, other compounds, and they're actually in front of this nebula, the remaining nebula behind. You can actually see it sitting in front. Here, again, taking longer shots like this, we can see. We can actually see how this nebula is sitting in front of a bright nebula.
Yep.
It's very
clear
what? With this over here.
Me and Mark last week actually, found our own little area that we named ourselves. It's called the Deadpool Cluster. And you guys can see it. It's Deadpool with glowing eyes. You can probably see it right there. He'll outline it. Right there it is. Deadpool with glowing eyes. That is the Deadpool Cluster, named by us. It's not the official name, but we will petition to have it changed.
Yes.
So you have the North American Nebula, the Pelican, and the Deadpool.
And the Deadpool. The Deadpool Nebula.
Yep.
That's right. So isn't that neat though? So you see this, and again, also consider that everything we're looking at here, all of these are stars, these individual stars. Every one of those could very well have some planets around it.
Bro, you gotta do the color thing again. Remember when you were just playing around with the colors and stuff, and it just insanely beautiful. Even though it wasn't accurate, it was still insanely beautiful.
Well, let me pop us out then to do that.
Yeah, check this out, crazy and and Vera. Watch how this image is just. Whew.
So you want me to modify the colors like before?
Yeah, just remember you were playing around with the colors, and it just really just made everything just wow.
Yeah, I was doing. I think I was doing some intensity shifts like this.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Just crazy. And you know what? It wouldn't like man, it'd be nice to like save like a not color accurate pictures for people too in the folders. You know what I mean? Just one, it's just colorful for just the sake of being colorful. Even though the image is real and everything, it's just, you know, colored different, so it looks kind of cool.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
You notice behind the head here.
Yeah, look at that.
You see, it's very, very red, and this thing here has a special name. It's called the Wall. It's called the Cygnus Wall. Yeah, that's right. Like Western Mexico in this so-called North America nebula. This is the Wall.
Yeah, and that's in front of. I mean, that maybe I'm losing perspective.
No, you're not.
It looks like it's in front of.
It's in front of this. Yes. Yep.
Nice.
But I don't know if it's at the same level as this. This might be in front of all of it.
Right. It just has that kind of depth feel to it.
But isn't that beautiful? This is just, oh.
Look at that, guys.
I
Add
feel
some
like
blues in there.
I'm in the way. I got to get out of here.
Right? You gotta make
that
that picture as blue as your hair. Blue and purple. Awesome. Unidentified planetary object.
That's right.
Well, he says, Angus said, I see a UAP, unidentified planet object.
Unidentified planet.
Do you want to tell him, or do you want me to?
Angus Orvid, welcome.
UAP.
You can tell him.
But unidentified planet object will be UPO. But hey, A for effort. That's all that matters.
Well, he basically, yeah, that's true. Unidentified aerial phenomena.
Yeah.
But no, it's funny. It's just funny. Welcome, Angus. I don't think you've been here before, Angus, but it's great to see you. Thanks for coming by.
Welcome, Angus, and of course, welcome
JSCO.
to the regulars: Rockstar, Isabella, OG, JSCO,
JSCO's here. Yeah.
Once again, Crazy. Thanks for hanging out, and of course, the
Yeah,
Donald.
it's wonderful. Vera Lucia Campos,
Yes.
Luis Ta. Yep. And this P&K space imaging, what's that? Spasamaging. I don't know. Spasamaging.
Angus said, I pledge to stop objectifying unidentified flying objects.
That's good.
So what's it going to take to add some blue to this image, or what? What do we got? Can we do it?
Add blue?
Or no?
Yeah, I mean, we can.
Is it just taking from the natural? I mean, it's natural colors.
Yeah, it's actually taking the natural colors. But if you want to actually add blue.
Yeah, just show some people. See what happens.
That's blue.
Woo. Okay, that's a little too blue.
Woo.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah. But you see what happens is the colors are complementary to each other. So, this red is actually technically more like what it really looks like, but it has too much blue. So that's why several iterations of processing have to happen to make it look better.
Right. By the way,
anybody, this is pretty.
Throw if you would like to, go ahead and hit the thumbs up button, because that really helps Mark out in the YouTube algorithm.
Yeah.
So thumbs up or dislike, it doesn't matter. Whatever you want to do.
And hang out here for a while,
Yeah, hang out, and we want to hear from you. We want to hear from places maybe you want to see that, Let's find out. So yeah, make sure you're subscribed too. That's another thing, because there's a lot of cool shows coming up. So you definitely want to do that if you like this kind of thing.
Absolutely. We just love having you here. We are SkyTour LiveStream, and we've been going for how long now? About 4 years, 3 years?
Yeah, has it been that long already? Yeah, it's probably been about 4 years. Because I remember, probably about 2018. So 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah, about 4 years.
Oh yeah, really.
And then at P&K, we've been doing for almost 8 years. Wow, jeez.
Wow.
We don't stream as much
Wow.
as we used to. But guess what, people? In 2022, we will be back at it Gangnam style. We'll be hitting you like we did in 2018, 2019 with a bunch of moon streams and Jupiter and Saturn and Mercury and Venus.
Well, that's cool.
So, yeah, we are going to hit the ground running.
I hope so.
Yep.
So why were you out of it for 2020 and
Well,
21
here's the
here?
thing. In 2020, I had started my own business, so I'm extremely
Yes.
busy. Paul has the mall, and of course, with COVID and everything,
Paul
he
has
had
them
to.
all.
Well, he had to redo how people shopped at that entire place. So he was busy putting up plexiglass and
He did
that
that.
kind of thing all throughout the mall.
Oh God,
And
that's
sanitizing
terrible.
stations and air purifiers and all that kind of stuff. So he was extremely busy doing that. So we just and when I had time, he didn't have time, and when he had time, I didn't have time. So we were just kind of so we just realized, and we warned people at the beginning of the year, right around March, that hey, this year we're not going to be streaming as much as we normally do. We gave people that heads up.
Yeah.
So now I'm telling you, in 2022. Not only are we going to have our normal streams, but we're also going to have the podcast on there as well, which would be something different. Not really a podcast.
Yeah.
It's basically just a live stream for like an hour with people talking and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like it's going to be put on any podcast network or anything. And that's going to be more me than Paul. That's just going to be me with all kinds of different guests. And we do have a lot of good ones lined up. I should say a couple astronauts will be joining us. They would one's probably going to be in February. The other one's probably going to be in April. We do have Amy Shearer Title from Vintage Space.
That's good. Yeah.
We do have Fraser Kane. So yeah, there's a lot of and not just astronomy people either. We're going to have a bunch of people from all different walks, of life. So it's not just going to be about astronomy and stuff like that. So it's something people would have to get used to on that channel, and I get it. It's something new. If you don't like it, don't watch it. No foul. It's pretty much just for me because.
Just tell them what you really feel.
People. Well, I like to talk to people and learn stuff, and I realize because I learned this from playing a game, like playing PS4 on the channel, that people are like, why aren't you showing the moon? It's like, oh, God forbid I do something different, than the regular stuff. And it's like, if you don't like something you're watching, just don't watch it. It's as simple as that, Come for the stuff that you do like. But people don't understand that. They see something different, like, oh God, here we go. That's like if you started, started videoing your builds for your observatory. People are like, why are you showing this? Just show us the end product when you're done, and like show us the stars. It's like, well, God forbid, I just show you what was going into it.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's like, yeah, and the Mass Effect. The one rule that I had for myself on the P&K channel is like, if I'm going to play a PS4, PS5 game on the channel, it was going to be space based. You know what I mean? So it's still stayed along those lines. But man,
I gotta put you on hold here for a sec. Alan Korzep, you asked, anyone see the lights last night in the middle of Arizona? I did not see the lights, but I think I know what you're talking about. Starlink launched on January 2nd, another batch, and you probably saw the Starlink train, which was a bunch of the satellites all strung out, because that's how they're deployed. They're deployed in one giant, long, several miles long string, and that they eventually drift apart and move apart from each other. It's probably what you saw. I had someone call me from Tennessee just before we went on and said, what is this thing I'm looking at in the sky? It was that same Starlink train, but now more distended.
Hey, are you worried about orbital pollution?
Oh, of course.
Are you?
I mean,
like, you think we're at that point now where we definitely, like, in the next year or two, need to start cleaning up? You think it's that dangerous?
It's dangerous now, yes, but it's not at critical levels yet.
Well, I just read the ISS had to move out of the way of something.
Yes, we could end up getting to the point where we can no longer go into our own orbit because we've got too much junk. So that that's decades away. But the point is, this problem that we have, is got to be solved. And the way it's solved is there's a couple of dead satellite collection projects on NASA dockets that are actually trying to be funded to try and get up there and clear space junk. You can't just blow them up, because you take a satellite that's one piece of space junk, blow it up, and now you got 10 million pieces of space junk. And at the size of the satellites, which are on average about the size of a bus, okay, when you blow those up and get all these little pieces, now you get all these little pieces traveling at, say 17,500 miles an hour in their orbit, and then they're going down to lower orbits where things move faster, all right, and going to higher orbits where things move slower, and they can end up colliding with things like the ISS or Soyuz spacecraft going into orbit, and it might be a combined speed of, say, 4,000 miles an hour when it hits, and that's like a bullet going through the thin skin of these spacecraft. These spacecraft are not armored. They can't be. They have to be made to get up into space as efficiently as possible. So there'll be orbital trash collection. Exactly right, Daisy and Zoe.
And I know they were having a debate about whether to push it and just let it go on an outward trajectory from Earth, which is polluting space, which might not be looked at kindly if we do have any people traveling through our area, if you know what I mean. Or to bring it back down into the atmosphere, into the ocean.
Yeah, there's actually a satellite graveyard in the southern Indian Ocean, as well as in the Pacific, in the location Pacific, and it's a location where they deorbit satellites into intentionally. And I'd really like to explore the satellite graveyard. I would.
Right.
I'd love to go there and check out what's in there. You probably see old Russian craft and old things and Chinese, stations. The old Skylab is down there.
OG Skywatch. That was condemned by a lot of nations. That when Russia shot down one of their own satellites, the amount of debris that alone created.
Yeah, I mean, nobody was spared.
Ridiculous.
Actually, a lot of people got whacked with it.
Yeah.
By the way, just for the record, we're up to 46 stacked images here. Look at the quality. Look at how beautiful this nebula looks.
And once again, you can get this image for your desktop background, or just to have, or to make a big poster out of, or to make some wallpaper like I'm doing, or ceiling paper. You can get it from the download link. That is right there.
Thank you, Keith.
Yes, sir.
That's wonderful.
I'm gonna keep on posting it so people can get these images. Everybody should have them if you really like this kind of stuff, and if you want these images, dude, they're free. They're free. Go get them. You saw when they were made.
Yeah, you were
Look
there.
how clear it's coming in.
I also do want to say to Angus and Crazy Male Chick, if you haven't subscribed, please do. Hang out with us. Also hit the bell so you can get notified. Put it in your streams, in your Twitch streams. Let people know what's going on. Because the more we grow, the more we can do. And I know, we're actually looking for some support to try and grow. And I'm an astronomer. It's what I do.
Guys,
I got my degree in astronomy.
I can't
This is
say
what
this
we look
enough.
like.
But 20 years ago, this was reserved. This kind of views of our universe was restricted to professional astronomers and giant telescopes out in the middle of the desert.
Yeah.
And now look,
that's right.
we're sitting here.
We're on
you guys are
mountaintops.
sitting comfortably in your house, or in your apartment, or in your trailer, or in your camper, or possibly in a penitentiary, and you're watching, the universe live. And you wouldn't be able to see this 20 years ago. It's amazing how far technology, and it's only going to get better. So let's continue to help it grow.
Yeah.
The man's not asking for anything, just for eyeballs.
That's it. That's it. We do have people that donate to us, and that's always
Absolutely.
Very
I donate
heartwarming, Yes, you do.
Because I believe in
donate
what
to
you're
me.
doing. I believed it from day one.
I'm amazed. I keep wondering what you want in return. No, I'm just kidding. But I do want to tell you
stuff from your house when I come up.
You have actually, yes, but it's okay. I let it happen
steal
because, yes, you do.
Usually it's me picking up and go, "That's cool," and Mark going, "Well, you can have it if you want."
That's right. Because, I run a visual effects business as well, and I've done a lot of really cool things. I did a satellite project, which turned out to be the Google Earth satellite, which I didn't know until after it was over.
Yep.
And
I got that.
I kept flying. You got one of those because I actually made extras, and then basically they didn't want to go have many more of these made, so I had a bunch of extras left over, and I started giving them away. They're about this big. They're pretty big, So
By the way,
they had them.
If any of you guys, because of this channel, you know what Mark does. You all know it. But if you guys have any suggestions of what you think might make the channel better, or might you want to see, done that you think might be interesting, let him know.
Yeah,
that's how things get better. You never know. He might incorporate it and start doing it, and you get all the credit for it because you're the one that told him. Yeah. Ideas. This is literally a community. It's not Mark D'Antonio just showing. I mean, you can come here and ask for imaging of whatever part that he can see. He will have no problem running over there and getting, as long as he can see it. Where else can you get that? Where else can you get it? We on P&K don't do that. You try to request a part of the moon, we're like, nah, that's okay. Just wait. But here, you can literally ask for something and get it.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, we do that a lot. People do have requests, and crazy metal chick wanted to see nebulae because they like nebulae, so I went to this for that. Look at this beautiful curve right here. It's gorgeous. I want to also say tonight's sponsor. Tonight's sponsor is FX Models. www.fxmodels.com. That's my company, so I'm self-sponsoring. But we actually make 3D crater models and models of the moon. I have access to the entire lunar surface from the United States Geological Survey, and I make these beautiful models of the craters. They're 3D models. They're like 4 inches in size, okay, and
4x4.
on the 4x4, yes, on our website, because you stole some of those too.
7
on our website, fxmodels.com, active as of yesterday. We have Tycho and we have Aristarchus crater, and I think one more up there. They're available now. So if you want to go check them out, you can buy them online. You can check them out. If you have any trouble with that, you can email me or go to www.fxmodels.com and contact us.
And next week's the cutoff date if you want to buy Christmas.
Yeah, if you want to buy Christmas, it's gonna be by next week. Yep.
These things are detailed. I mean,
and
4x4 inches and very detailed.
And they're hand painted, by the way. And as an astronomer, I also was an artist. I was a space artist for years and years as well. And so that's kind of an interesting combination. A science astronomer who is also an artist. That's kind of a neat combo. And so I made the best of it, and so I make these very accurate models. And so right now available is Tycho, Aristarchus, and there's one other. I can't remember what it was on the website. I'd have to go look.
Was it Copernicus?
No, it was not Copernicus.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, man. Okay, my mistake. I'm sorry.
Aristarchus, you said... Was it
Tycho?
Clavius?
No. I don't have Clavius.
But you guys can get it. That's the thing. You guys can get Clavius if you want it. You just got to get it by next week so you can get it for Christmas. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And if you want it, I'll get it out to you. And we make them to order, but it takes me only a few hours to make one, and then I have to paint them. I add the rays for the craters where there's rays. I add the different coloration that's actually there. The moon is not just all gray, believe it or not. And Vera, thank you so much. If you're interested in a book, I wrote a book called The Populated Universe, and it's it's over 300 pages of lots of color imagery that I created mostly myself. Again, artist guy. Very realistic images of other worlds, and the idea is that we trace life on Earth, and we see where life on Earth originated from, which is right before your eyes right now. And then from there, we actually look at how extraterrestrial life might find us and what we have to do to become that extraterrestrial life that gets to leave Earth behind, because we're going to have to someday. The sun is not going to last forever. And everything you've known, everything that the human history has ever had is going to disappear, because the Earth is going to be, well, burned to a cinder when the sun goes through its death throes, and it'll expand so large it might actually engulf the Earth. That's, again, 5 billion years from now. Not to worry. Don't start packing yet.
Yeah,
Thank you, Vera.
Days, I'll get up to Mark's
saying
house so I
that.
can steal a copy. You know, because that's what I do. I'll get to Mark. I'll just like kick in the door and be like,
Oh, hi, Mark.
and then take the book and run.
That's right. Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, it's on my to-do list to read, because I'm actually surprised I haven't gotten it yet.
What,
I was
book?
thinking about it, and then it totally slipped my mind, because I was going to get it off of Amazon. Is it still available on Amazon?
Yes, it is. It's available
Yeah,
all
okay.
over the world on Amazon. But
Gotcha.
yeah, and you know, certain people, you know, who bought the book have offered up a wonderful commentary. My editor Tara Diulis, who also did the door of our observatory out in Arizona, she is the one that edited the book, stem to stern, and it was just a monumental job, because I had, you know, the way I write is I write in a way that is very conversational.
He writes the way he talks forever.
Okay, maybe sometimes. I've learned to get to
love
the
it.
point in writing. Yeah,
We love
more cowbell. That's right, Rock.
More
cowbell.
Yep.
Oh,
Look at
okay.
that. We're still going.
Crazy metal chick. Say hello to Charles for me, and you can say from Keith too, I guess.
Absolutely.
I'm glad that
I
you
would say
guys are
hi
having a
to
good time.
Charles.
I'm glad you're having a
Hello,
good time.
friend Charles, and hopefully you're enjoying. I don't know. Is he watching now with you, or is are you the only one watching at this point?
I think that
I think she said her
he
and her
is.
boyfriend were watching together. But
I
maybe
think
not.
she is. Her last comment says so.
Really? My boyfriend
Okay.
is Charles with Love Space.
All right, I'm going
okay.
to just do the final save
Oh,
on this.
and crazy. What was your question about telescopes? I seen back up there. I saw it a while ago, but Mark was rambling.
Oh, gee, more William Shatner impressions. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think so. I could do it. You might like it, but I'm not sure.
My
Spock,
William Shatner
get me out here.
impression is like
Spock.
an impression of somebody doing an impression.
If you can talk like Rich Little, you can do everybody.
It's like, sometimes we don't know what we're doing.
Remember what he says, like, I don't know. We
I'll never
exaggerate
forget that episode
generations.
of Star Trek where he was having that slow motion fight with the alien. It was literally like
The
the
Gorn.
worst fight sequence in the history of any kind of visual broadcast.
You. Yes.
And you know who was in that suit? In the
the Gorn suit?
yeah.
The lizard?
It was it was somebody very popular.
Yes, it was.
It was I don't remember the name offhand. But I was like really surprised to find out when I was like, real? Oh, it was the dude from the Addams Family, Lurch.
Ted Cassidy.
Yeah. Is that his name? Yeah, Lurch was the guy in the suit doing the slow motion fight with William Shatner. He's like, I'm gonna punch you now. Don't turn your back on me.
I don't know what you're talking about because it's, yeah. And it's like it's funny. I can just go on and on. I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah. There's someone on the wing.
Oh, Axel Jones. Yeah, it's like you know, that's Eddie Murphy, right? You know. Get the fuck out of here!
Yeah. Sometimes I just
Children
sit
of
around
the
my house
Corn,
doing like Alex Jones impressions, just because I find him hilarious, just because he's so nuts.
Axel Jones was Eddie Murphy in Beverly Hills Cop. Alex Jones is the guy that got in all kinds of trouble as a radio host.
Yeah,
And of course, that's why Keith does all these impressions of him, because
Yeah.
he kind of gravitates toward losers, but that's okay.
No, he's got the deep gravity.
That's why he's here.
He wants to make sure that he's always hawking products. You know, so no matter what he's like, he can be in the middle of like this big conspiracy theory. You know, and it's actually a skill, like how he changes it up like so quickly. That it's like he could be talking about like, you know, the government depopulation project, blah 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 blah, you know, and then out of the blue, he'd be like, and that's why you have to order ultraviolet mail. It's like it's mega testosterone 2000 to boost my libido, improves sheen in my hair, fights cholesterol, and only has a slight side effect of black runny stools, blindness, hair loss, and erectile dysfunction. But that's only in 89% of users. Get it today. Infowars.com or planet.tv.
And it keeps the ducks out of my bathroom.
Yeah.
What?
This thing is, it's just amazing. You want to grab it today. It smells like gasoline and make your fart smell like roses. It's the best thing ever.
Ay.
Yeah. But it's like seamless. Like, I don't know how he does it. It's freaking great.
Editing.
Look at that, man. Dude, we're still going with this image. It's just like popping more and more and more and
No,
more.
yeah, we're done. I already saved the last one, so we're done with this guy. This will also be there. Axel Foley, not
Yeah,
Axel Jones.
Foley.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Thanks, Angus. I forgot. Axel Foley. That's what it was. Okay. All right, so we're gonna get rid of this now. For the moment, if you look where the telescope is, right, it's leaned way over toward the west. It's actually out there pretty far. But now, let's go check out. Let's go see, Captain. I think we're gonna go to another nebula now.
That's right. Be sure to get your 2021 bone broth. Puts hair on your chest. Yeah, bone broth.
Bone broth.
I remember that. Bone broth. It's like, well, instead of sucking on some cow's cartilage, we're going to go ahead and put it in a pill. Let you guys take it. Help your testosterone levels.
Ay. That's scary, man.
Right. And he's always selling, like, prepackaged food. He's like, come on down here and get your food. And I package in a bucket. You can take it into your man cave.
Sealed it up with masking tape.
The Clintons and the Obamas, you don't have to worry about them anymore. You can just sit in your little man cave eating out of a bucket. It's delicious.
Okay, I'm going to the Elephant's Trunk Nebula now. So for those that want to see that, you'll see the Elephant's Trunk. And don't worry. Look, there's a nebula right there. We're going to an area of the Milky Way that's actually really, really got a ton of dark nebula and a ton of new stars that are formed. It's really beautiful.
Oh my.
Oh my. That's right. Okay, so now we're centering up on this star, and then we're going to go to the Effluence Trunk.
Oh,
don't
really?
forget,
You're not gonna do the triskelion or whatever it was up there.
Triskelion.
What's it called?
The Triskelions are an advanced species, and I think that maybe we can get them to listen to us.
Oh my.
Okay. All right.
Remember
Okay,
the
let's
old
see.
Christmas show, Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas?
Oh, no.
Really? Never seen that?
No.
That just made me think of it when Angus posted.
Never heard of it.
It was a classic. It was a Jim Henson production.
Okay. I'm going to go zoom in again here just to check the focus. As the night wears on, okay, the focus changes. And the nice thing is that the focusing system I have on the telescope will actually change the focus as the temperature changes. And as I can see, the temperature has dropped a little bit, but the focus has remained good. So we're doing a nice job tonight. Awesome. So I'll back out now. This is the Elephant's Trunk, by the way. And so this is another nebula that's beautiful. So get ready. If you haven't seen this before, be ready. This is a stunner. Really is. It's hard to believe that this is sitting there in the northern sky and you've never even seen it. So we'll do this. We'll make this a... I don't have to do 25 seconds. I mean, I can do 10 minutes, but I don't want you to have to sit through it. So 25 seconds, we'll get rid of our hypered view here and go right into a stack. We'll get rid of the previous stack that might be in there. Ah, yes. That's up in the server now, ready to go. So you can take that whenever you want. And now we're going to look at this beautiful Elephant's Trunk Nebula. You can see where the telescope's pointing to up there. Okay, here we go. Boom. Oh, wow. Look at that. Now you'll say, well, where is it? I'll show you. First things first, let's do color correction. Okay. And then let's get it a little brighter. There's only one photo that we're looking at right now. But let's remove some of the blue a little bit. That's why Keith was so quiet. He was searching for an elephant.
No, I was taking my bone broth.
Okay. Alright, so now let's check this out. Wow.
Check it out.
This is a pretty nebula. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a 25-second shot. I know. Hey, Roxana.
Tonight. OG Skywatch is killing it.
Oh, my. Oh, my.
I haven't heard so many ridiculous words.
I'm looking for heffalumps.
Bone broth.
You know where that's from? Where's the heffalumps from? Winnie the Pooh. Oh, bother. The heffalumps are here.
Oh, bother.
Roxana Norvase is here. Roxana, how are you? The elephant's trunk is right here. There it is. There's this beautiful extended trunk of material. And it's only a 25-second exposure, but I can actually bring out some more detail just a little bit. Yes, Keith. Oops, that's not the right way to go. Let me do it this way. Wow.
Oh, Roxana said the magic words.
What, high mark?
Of course. Everybody likes that.
David Schmidt. Like,
And David Schmidt live from across the pond.
no, it's more than across the pond. He's actually in Australia. No, he's not. Bangkok. Bangkok. James Dugan is from Australia. And so is Greggy Gilgan. Very nice to see all these folks here from around the world. Vera is from Brazil. Look at this.
I heard Brazil is beautiful.
I bet it is.
I know they have little government stuff, but every country has a lot of government stuff going on right now. But the people are supposedly fantastic as well.
Yeah. There's a lot of places in the world that are actually got a lot of wonderful people.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you can't judge. My first thing about that, because you always, anytime they portray like the Middle East, it's all just like it's ridiculous. But then I have a friend in Pakistan that shows me like live on cam, like it's like America. You have your crap parts and then you have your good parts. They never show the good parts ever. You know? It's like, geez. Beautiful.
Well, it doesn't make the news
Syria,
cycle.
Same way.
It doesn't make the news cycle.
Yeah, of course.
So this is the elephant's trunk. I closed in. I'm at 50% of full frame. Okay, and if you look at it, you can see there's a lot of detail in here.
Dude, that looks like a rip in fabric space-time.
Doesn't it? I mean, if we actually...
It really does.
Let's zoom in more because I want to show you something cool. Remember I talked about those cavities you know, where the hot young stars blow out all this material and make a cavity around them.
Right.
Well, you had to take my word for it up to this point, but now, if we go here, you can see in the middle of this one, this is a cavity right here. And there's a hot young star and another one right next to it. And it has opened up this whole cavity around it. See that? Yeah, that's right. It's really nice.
The hot young star.
Yeah. And we've only stacked 11 so far, so we have to go a few more in order to get rid of the noise. But see, the noise we see here, that's going to go. But this is just beautiful. You know, and
yeah, that's weird.
What?
It's just weird looking. Like it doesn't look right.
It's definitely just a little strange, no doubt.
It does. It looks like a rip in the fabric of space-time.
Yeah.
Like
Let's
anytime it's
this.
portrayed on screen, like that's what it looks like. Like, oh no, we ripped up a portal to another dimension.
Again?
And they're
That
just gonna
trick
like
never
bust through the ripped hole in time, and you just have these crazy aliens, and they just come in and they look right at you and they say,
Oh, hi, Mark.
because they know you.
All that setup, my God, that was lame. That was weak.
No. I spent at least 30 seconds thinking about how to do that. Why is everything turning green?
Only because
there you go.
I'm messing with the colors right now. Okay. And now let's bring up our reds another time here, because we need to bring these up.
Yeah.
I know what this nebula actually looks like. This is beautiful.
Once again, thank you everybody for joining us tonight. We are sitting here looking at some beautiful stellar objects, interstellar objects, stellar objects,
Interstellar,
space objects. We're
Interstellar.
looking out there because nothing here is worth it to me.
David Schmidt. Again, that trick never works. Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. Nothing but sleeve. Presto. Must have had the wrong hat.
See, Roxana said we got some silly man competition.
What?
Us?
Say what?
I'm sorry, but there's
Yes, Crazy
nothing-
Metal Chick Stewart.
Nothing fun
Beautiful,
about
beautiful colors. Oh, thanks, Keith.
it. It's a gaseous nebula.
It's an emission nebula. I wouldn't want to be. Yeah.
I believe I just found a brown dwarf.
I'm certain you have, sir.
It's bending space-time around my ripping fabric. Yeah.
Roxana
love
says,
these
I
nights
haven't
when we
seen
just
Amanda
hang
in a
out."
while. She still show up? She's been so busy she hasn't been able to, unfortunately, Roxana. We extend the invitations.
Roxanne!
Oh, God, that was horrible.
Isn't that the police song? Roxanne.
Yes.
Roxanne.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm sure she's never heard that.
I don't know. Where's she from again? Roxana Norvase? Am I saying that right?
Yes.
Norvase. Maybe?
Yes.
Where's Roxana from again? Do you remember?
The Midwest.
Midwest. Okay. So she's not from.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it was.
She's not from Cuba.
No. I was thinking of. I got her and Vera and stuff. Okay. Vera's from Brazil.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Roxana's
Yeah, I got it.
heritage, though, is Cuban American, I believe.
Oh, nice. Awesome.
Yeah.
And hello, David Schmidt. Can I
talked to
expect
David
a
Schmidt
Christmas
several
card
times
this year?
already, and you didn't.
Because that I've been looking forward to that. Last 2 years, I've gotten a beautiful Christmas card from Mr. Schmidt, and I hate to say at this point, you kind of spoiled me, and I'll be waiting for one again. Because usually it takes about a month and a half to get here. He literally goes and takes a beautiful Christmas card, and he puts it on a ship, and he sends it over here by water freight, and it'll get to us. And then usually I mail them out from here to everybody else. Sometimes. I think I did that the first year. Maybe the second year he mailed them directly to everybody. I'm not sure. Whatever saves them money.
Sí, bien en Cuban. Yeah, they were.
But bien in Cuba?
Roxana es a cubano. De Cuba.
Mm.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Born
Sí,
in Cuba.
es de Cuba.
Yeah, usually I did notice that people from Cuba
Yeah,
actually say Cuba. So
Yes.
do we say it wrong in
Cubano?
the States? Do we
Cubano.
say Cuba? Like with a Q-ish kind of thing, and they say Cuba.
Yeah, cubano, right? Ella es
Right.
un cubano. Un cubano hermosa.
Israeli background. Yeah, they have. There was a calendar. I was really surprised to see, in Barnes and Noble. It was like, it was just kind of like out of the blue because you know how they have that like big wall of calendars, and it was like, wild animals and like, of course stuff like this, like the galaxies and space photos, and then like right below that it was like women of the Israeli military. I was like, wow, and then I got looking through it. I was like, wow, I am in the wrong country. But yeah, it's out of nowhere. It's like, why? I mean, who would put out a women of the Israeli military calendar? Like, I understand it, but it had to be like a photographer or something, right? Because Israel wouldn't put out a calendar of their military people, so you figured it had to be like a freelance photographer that then made a calendar out of it. You would think.
De nada, Roxana. Yes, it could have been true. Now look at this. Look at this. This image is getting more and more rich and more beautiful as we go on.
It's like me.
Yeah, it's a stretch, but okay. Yeah, a little jazz. I actually mix it up with this. This is all new music that I got. Some of it's new.
Listen,
This song is called Tiptoe Out the Back.
don't be mad because I'm pretty.
Okay.
No, just admit it. You said I was
Look at
pretty.
that. Yeah, pretty annoying.
No, you said, Keith, you're beautiful. And I said, thank you, Mark. And then I
When
realized
did
it
this
wasn't
happen
you.
in your mind?
It was at Bill's house. Remember, I walked in and I was like,
Oh, hi, Mark.
and then you were like, Keith, you're beautiful. And I said, thank you.
Just looking for another way to use that same effect. I love it.
That is my favorite one of all time. The oh hi Mark.
Mm-hmm.
It fits so well with you too.
Oh, it is Hanukkah now, isn't it?
It
Oh, Crazy
is.
Metal Chick. Happy Hanukkah to you.
When is Kwanzaa?
I don't know.
Kwanzaa overlaps actual Christmas, doesn't it?
I do not know.
Yeah, me neither. I should brush up just so I don't seem as ignorant. Let me see here.
Okay, while you're brushing up, I'll just mention these dark nebula up here. These
wow.
are the places that we expect that we'll find eventually, possibly some stars. The James Webb Space Telescope that Keith and I are probably going to stream the launch of.
No.
And-
There's no probably. We are going to stream it.
Well,
We are
yeah,
going to be
definitely.
streaming for a very long time.
Probably be for as many hours as they do run the stream. But this dark nebula here is interesting because these are the areas in space where material is condensing, and this material condenses because it's got mutual gravitational attraction, right? So it's condensing the atoms and so forth, and that's how stars form. It happens with gas that you can't see, okay? And as the gas condenses, so too does the dust that may be in it, and that dust, of course, doesn't go into making stars, but it does go into making planets. And thus, if there's enough rich assortment in the nebula that's forming there, then you'll get planets with a rich assortment of elements, like our Earth does have a rich assortment of elements, and then the way it works is kind of interesting. There's a process that young planets go through when they're forming. All the heavy elements in a molten planet are gravitationally attracted to the center. Okay, so a lot of the radioactive elements, like uranium and so forth, they're heavier and they'll be toward the center of the planet. So every planet, even in our solar system, has potentially a small rocky core if it's like a gas giant, or a rocky core otherwise if it's not, if it's a regular terrestrial planet like Pluto. And yes, Pluto's a planet. That's for me, I say that. And the Earth and Mercury and Venus, etc., and Mars. But those planets have a core that's actually still warm. And the reason it's still warm is because it goes back to the nuclear fuel rods I was talking about. Okay? The nuclear material, the nuclear elements that were created in the original nebula, they differentiated out from the outer areas, and because the planet was molten, it's like a molten ball of magma, okay, they sunk to the center over time. And that is why planets have warm cores. That's part of the reason our Earth has a warm core. Part of it is because of the nuclear fires that originally made these elements, and then when they gravitationally condensed, okay, in the middle, the radioactive elements were firing these very heavy-duty radioactive particles at each other, and that keeps them warm to this day. But you also have the fact that they were hot when they were formed originally, and that makes the molten planet hard around the outside now because it's cooled, but in the middle it's still molten. Okay, our core is got a lot of pressure on it, so it's a solid core, okay, of nickel and iron, but around it is a molten core, and that solid core has this molten core that's rotating around it and moving against it, and that generates electrical currents on a global level. Those electrical currents are what become and what translate into and form a magnetic field, because whenever you have an electric field, you have a magnetic field as well. So that's why we have a magnetic field, and that's why we have life here, because the magnetic field protects us. So depending on how long that outer core can stay molten, thank you, Roxana, that was sweet. Depending on how long that molten core can stay molten, it'll continue to have a magnetic field around it, and then allow for future potential life. So you see, that's the neat thing about planets. There's so much going on in their cores, and we never see it, you know. But because the planet has this molten outer core and this solid inner core, and this is moving around, this outer core is moving against it and creating a magnetic field, because of that, we're here. Without it, our atmosphere couldn't survive. It'd be destroyed. Just look at Mars. Mars had a very thick atmosphere at one time, but then that outer core stopped doing what it does. And when it stopped doing what it does on the Earth, the Martian magnetic field faded away. You know.
You guys are on
Thank
fire
you, Vera.
tonight.
Thank you, Vera. That was very kind of you. That's wonderful.
Very good.
Yeah, you guys humble me. I mean, I love, you know, you guys are just amazing. You know, just amazing. Actually, I think it's the nebula. This nebula is. Look at that! Look at that!
Yeah, it's like a
just see, and we've stacked 42 of these. Let's go to 100% because now we can. It'll support that.
Do you know what I was going to tell you? That I was reading that Google Moon
Look at that.
and the LRO are actually combining.
Oh, that would be kind of cool.
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly what they're doing. I mean, they're still going to remain separate entities, but they're going to, kind of like we talked to with the channels earlier, they're going to kind of like combine and do something different. And I think that's awesome that NASA will have the financial backing of Google, you know, to do something different with the LRO, and, you know,
maybe
with all the tech that Google stepped into, maybe they're going to bring something really crazy and awesome to the table.
That would be kind of cool.
Right?
I'd love that. That'd be neat.
Yeah, I mean, you know how good the LRO is. I mean, by far. And then you add the tech initiative of Google to the mix, and it's going to be like, wow.
That's for sure.
right?
That's for sure. Yeah, and just to kind of show that, I mean, I think I can probably
Triskelion Nebula. Whatever it was.
Whatever you said.
I'm trying to remember what the name is. Try something.
Oh, you're not talking about the cocoon.
Nah. Oh yeah, I definitely want to see the cocoon by the end of the night. But there's another one. There's it's in the northeast sky.
Okay.
There's the elephant trunk, which, oh, there's a broken heart color. Oh wow. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
It is okay. There's the Andromeda Galaxy. Darn it, where is it? It's Try Something Galaxy.
Galaxy?
Yeah. Try Skeleton, Try Skillion, Try
Trifet?
Bunal.
Tribunal.
It was something like that. I mentioned to you just a little bit ago. And I was like, have you ever looked at this? And you said, yeah. And I said, can we look at it? And you're like, yeah.
That was
I was like, super. No, there was another one. It was Try Something. TRI and then
Okay.
I forget what the end of it was. Actually, let me.
Well, while you're thinking of that, let's do this. We talked about. You heard Keith mention the LRO quick map. Okay, what was he talking about? He was talking about this.
Amazing.
This is a map of the moon, and you could see this map either as a 3D map. You could rotate this, and you get to that from over here. All right, so we can actually do a lunar globe 3D like this. All right, and when we do, then you can actually rotate the moon around. But look what you can do. You can zoom in, and as you zoom in, it gets better, and it just keeps getting better, and you keep getting data. All right, and you got to wait sometimes for a second for the images to come in. See, like this. All right, but then you can zoom in even more, and sometimes those will go even better. The 3D globe actually has less detail than this globe. This here. This is called the orthographic near side. Okay, that's this. So these are called projections, but you can zoom in. All right, and now we're at a 0.5 meter per pixel.
Triangulum. Thank you, Crazy.
Oh, yes, M33, yes. So you see now we can actually see craters that are only about 10 to 20 feet across. And you can do that on almost the whole moon. There are some areas where there's missing data, okay, such as like this little strip here that we picked. But there's other places where... What?
The Bear's got some good ideas tonight. I'm telling you.
Could do some type of giveaway with this ebook. Oh, okay. Give away an ebook once a month. Yeah, well, that's something we could do.
Right.
I could do that.
Well, of course you can.
Here's Copernicus. See? And you can just zoom in.
Dude, this is crazy.
But
look how close you can get.
Oh, you know, you can go all the way to a 0.5 meter per pixel, and look, we can see individual rocks on the lunar surface. Look at this.
Yeah, Crazy. Remember the name of that because I'm going to forget it again.
You won't, I won't forget Triangulum.
Okay.
All right, now look. Here's something else you could do, okay? One of the things that are interesting here, and I have to... there we go. Let's suppose we want to... That's a draw tool. I don't want that. No. You got layers, too. All kinds of layers. You can see all kinds of data and details.
Show them the Apollo.
Well, we'll do that on a stream that's specifically for this.
I'm just saying.
Okay, but
I mean, they want to see how it works, so might as well show them how
I guess
you
we
can
could.
Just real quick, just shoot over to what is it, Apollo 13, 11?
Well, actually,
wherever you can see the flag and the rover, whatever one that was.
Okay.
That way you can see. Like the LRO is fantastic.
This is where Apollo 15 landed over here, and now you can't see it. This is Hadley Rill. You can't see it from here, but let me just get some anthropogenic features. Filter by mission. Let's do Apollo 15. And then let's see where that is. Well, it should be here. Maybe I have to hit enter.
We done lost Apollo.
No, we did not. So where is it? I said Apollo. Oh, wait a minute. Turn on the layer and I'll see it.
Yeah, that might help.
Yeah. So here's an example, and I'm going to turn down the opacity on this. Okay. So you can zoom in, all right? And you say, wow, we never went to the moon. We never went to the moon. Well, then how do you explain these tracks on the moon? How do you explain these tracks? Okay. This is the lunar module, the descent module right there. You can see it on the moon. All right. And we're at 0.5 meter per pixel. It's just beautiful. All right. And this A-15, that's Apollo 15 lunar module, the lunar module descent lander. This is the ALSEP experiment out here. The lunar reconnaissance. Was it reconnaissance? Ranging. It's a lunar ranging experiment. And then the rover is right here. But to see it fully, you'd actually want to take this down. And these little dots express it. Look at this. I mean, here. There's our presence on the moon. And if you back out, you can see how quickly you lose sight of it. And it shows you the features on the moon.
Yeah, so tell me again how some astronomer with a 14-inch telescope can see stuff moving on the surface. You can't.
Yeah,
stop being
There's
fooled.
no way. Yeah. Well, they fool themselves, unfortunately. So anyway, so that's the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter Quick Map. That's something that I would say you would enjoy and have fun.
Oh, you know what? And we should throw out there that sometimes when it's cloudy or something, or me and Mark just feel like doing something, whether it be on
do a cloudy
P&K
night stream on this,
or here on SkyTour LiveStream, we will just jump on and do the LRO and have fun, just with everybody in chat, just looking at different stuff on the moon. It's
That's
great. Right. Now I have a serious question for you, Mark. Can I see Uranus? No. It's straight up. Straight up Uranus. Right there. I see it.
We looked at it the other night, and it wasn't impressive in this scope.
Yeah,
our scope has
very good.
This is impressive for our scope.
Yeah.
Check it out. Now we have 64 stacked here. This is the most we've ever stacked on the elephant trunk. Let's go to 100%. Look at that. That looks beautiful.
I wonder why.
Looks beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. For some reason, I thought your scope would be able to get Uranus not too bad, but.
Oh, it can see it, and we can see the moons.
Bill.
What?
Bill just Skype messaged me.
Oh.
Yeah, it popped up real quick. I was like, whoop. Wow, and all the moons and everything.
Okay, 65 stacked. Okay, we're gonna save this now. So this is the largest stack we've ever made of this.
Oh my God.
Who's doing that?
Bill. How do I turn those alert noises off? Oh my God.
You gotta go into your notifications and shut them off. That's hilarious.
Bill, if you happen to be listening, all those 2-word sentences could have been done in one shot.
What did he send you?
He just sent me 5 messages, like with 2 words on. Here it comes again. I see it. It's coming. Oh no!
What did he
'cause
say
I have
though?
the screen open. Okay. Okay, good. Crazy guy. I was just seeing what he was doing like earlier, and he's working, of course.
Okay. I am working. Whoop.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna put cool. I am live with Marco Polo right now.
He won't know who that is.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah, so as I sit here looking at Uranus, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 moons. What does that designation mean? The UXI. Okay, so UVI, UVI2. What does that mean? Is that like this indexing thing? UXI. Uranus is a
Okay.
beautiful planet, though.
It is, but
That crazy blue
we
and
really
stuff.
can't see. The color is sort of almost white to us.
Oh, really?
Neptune looks much more blue than
Oh, really?
Uranus. Yeah, because Neptune's much more blue than Uranus.
Ah,
be
you
fair.
pervert. Yeah.
Where are you going with that? I'm talking
What are you
about
talking about?
planets. I'm talking about planets.
That's what I'm talking about. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
okay.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Let's see.
Okay.
Okay, so can
We're
we get
gonna-
to some
Yes.
what's the one? What's the one?
You want the Triangulum Galaxy?
Yeah, but there was one before that you were talking about. What was the name of that one? The cool one with all the. Oh my.
Everybody has a Skype. Send a message to Keith right now. Whap, 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 whap.
Alerts. Hold on. Settings.
You talking about the Triangulum Galaxy?
Calling message notifications. Here we go. Chat notifications.
we're gonna go. Actually, why don't we go to the Andromeda Galaxy? Because that's really kind of the one that people want to see. You know?
Okay, there we go. I think I got it. I think I turned off the
Yeah,
the
well,
boops.
All right. I've lost the bleeps and the creeps and the sweeps. The what?
Watch,
The
I'll
what?
close
The
it
what?
down and go. Boop. Boop. All right.
What?
There we go. Yeah, you know what? Uranus does get made fun of a lot. That's because it's full
You
of
mean
craters.
Uranus?
Huh? Oh,
Uranus, you mean?
yeah.
Yeah. It
Uranus.
spoils the joke.
You know
doesn't
what?
it?
Didn't we one night a couple years back look up alternative names of what Uranus was originally called, and they were way cooler names. We're like, man,
Yeah.
we should switch its name to that because it was awesome.
Well, I think that wasn't there a planetary name of Herschel for this one at one point?
I'm not
So
sure, but
didn't
it was. I
Herschel-
remember it was really cool sounding, and I was
Wasn't
like,
it
why?
Herschel
Why
that
do we
found
name
it?
it Uranus instead of that? Because it was so much better. Let me look
I
up
don't
alternative names for Uranus. Why don't you give me like slang name?
It's getting worse.
Alternative names for Uranus. There we go. Georgium Sidus. It was called for 70 years.
For King George.
The schoolyard friendly names. That's what they call this whole article.
Yeah.
All right.
Crazy Metal Chick Stewart, you got it. That was definitely Michael Winslow from, I've lost the sweeps, the creeps, and the bleeps. The what, and the what, and the what? That was
Yeah,
that
you're right,
scene from
Herschel.
Spaceballs.
Herschel was
The sweeps. The sweeps. And the creeps.
What are you on over there? Let's see. Seventh planet. Okay. Wait. Oh, this is the best. The best opening sentence ever about the planet Uranus. Ready? The seventh planet from our sun gets a lot of flack for its name, but the ice giant Uranus wasn't always called that. For nearly 70 years after it was discovered, it went by a much less unfortunate name. George.
Georgium Sidus, actually.
No, it was George. George.
Georgium Sidus.
No, it just says George. Uranus' distance from Earth is so enormous. Who wrote this? Okay, hold on.
That's gonna make us crazy.
That its reflected light is dim, It makes it appear more like a star than a planet. Astronomers could see Uranus in the sky, but they all mistook it for a star until March 1781 when William Herschel used a telescope to discover that Uranus was actually a planet.
Exactly.
In March 1781 in Bath, Herschel realized the object he spotted was moving slowly, night after night, and concluded that the object was probably a comet or a planet rather than a star. No, that wasn't it. There was another name for it. It wasn't. Well, I could see the planet being called Georgium. That'd be a cool name, Georgium.
All right, hold on one second. All right, we're gonna dump the elephant's trunk, and we're going to show the Andromeda Galaxy now. So hang on to your hats, because this is going to be really pretty.
Oh, thank you for posting that, Isabella. I totally forgot when he was done that one. Dun, 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 dun.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
No, it was a different language. That's what it was. By the way, don't forget to make your donations to Wikipedia. It's that time of the year again. Just throwing it out there. It is a great service that they offer.
Yeah.
An online repository of basically...
When it's accurate.
Well, you know what? You can kind of put up with that a little bit, being that you don't have to carry, 30 volumes of books, on a bookshelf that just gets dusty. Okay, so classical planets. Let me see. I'm looking up... Okay, here we go.
Hipparchus.
Yeah.
Hipparchus.
There we go. Yep. Ptolemy. Let's see. French astronomer William Herschel. I'm looking at the other. Okay, the name. Here we go. Yeah, that's what it was. Cronus. No, wait a minute. Wasn't that?
Definitely no. Yeah. Well, guys, this is the Andromeda Galaxy, and I'm just
beautiful.
Noticing that it looks really pretty, and it's just very, very gorgeous. I just love it, and I'm just going to try and color correct a little bit. Okay. Let's go see what we got. Wow. Now, see that, Keith? Look at this. You can see these beautiful, hot, young stars in this galaxy. And when we looked at the Sculptor Galaxy, you saw them as well.
Dude, that's just insane. I still can't get over it, like Andromeda.
I know, it's beautiful. And you see these dark lanes in the galaxy. These are the dark dust from countless supernovae and from countless gas and dust that's being compressed by shock waves from supernovae. And then you look at the fact that the molecules that make up this gas or this dust rather, and some of the gas as well, are basically formed primarily by the deaths of stars. And then once this gas and dust is out in space, it can form bigger and bigger molecules. And then under certain conditions, it'll form a planet once it's around the star. So a star would form, and then you have a accretion disk, a disk around the star, and there's knots that form in there, and those become planetary systems, possibly.
Oh my!
That's right. The Andromeda Galaxy is huge. It's over 1 trillion stars in this galaxy. We have about 150 billion. So, and it is heading right for us, by the way. It's going to collide with us.
Collision is imminent.
Well, 3 or 4 billion years. And you might say, well, then it's the end of the Milky Way, right?
Collision is slowly imminent.
Yeah, collision is slowly imminent. You know, and the galaxy isn't traveling at ludicrous speed. Okay, nor is it going to go plaid. Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is that the galaxy is going to collide, and when it does, nothing's going to happen here. It's going to pass through us, and gravitationally, it's going to rip us to pieces. Gravitationally. All right, that was your microphone boom.
It's a spring accidentally hit it.
Yeah. Yeah. The yeah, it sounds like a yeah.
Oh no, here we go.
Dueling springs? No.
Sounds like the Undertaker. Dead man walking.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I was always fascinated by Andromeda. It's just...
Yeah, but the other thing too is, okay, there's more than just the Andromeda Galaxy here. Obviously, this is a galaxy. This is M110, Messier 110, and this here is Messier 32. This is Messier 31. And this galaxy is an additional galaxy that's actually what's called a satellite galaxy to the Andromeda Galaxy. So it's actually orbiting the Andromeda Galaxy. And I don't know which way it's orbiting or which way it's going, but this one is also doing the same thing. So these two galaxies are what are called satellite galaxies to Andromeda. All right, and in looking at the Andromeda Galaxy, one thing I noticed is that the disk seems to be tipped up at one end. At this end, it seems to be tipped up, and it seems to be tipped down at this end. And that could be from a number of things. It could be from these satellite galaxies, or it could be from some distant past interaction with another galaxy in our list, Messier 33, the Triangulum Galaxy that Keith wants to see.
Yes.
Yes. So that said, okay, that's what we see here. You know, this is kind of cool. And so this warp, if it's a real or imagined, I can't tell. I don't know. I tend to think that this Andromeda Galaxy is slightly warped, downward here, upward there. Now these have orbited the galaxy quite a bit, so we could be looking at a residual warpage that was caused by these orbiting galaxies. But it depends on their mass. It depends on how massive they are. We know that the Triangulum Galaxy is a lot more massive than these two galaxies here. But the Andromeda Galaxy will definitely outweigh it by a long shot.
Yeah. Other two galaxies
and
are just clingers.
Yeah, they are in a sense. But let's just do one thing here, just for fun.
Dingleberry Galaxy.
Let's do this. Let's zoom in a little. Okay. And now as we zoom in here to this disk of Andromeda, you know what you see? See what that is right there? You see that little shape right there? It's a star forming region. This is a star forming region. These are like the Orion nebulas, but of this galaxy. Okay. And as we move down, we see another one right here. Okay. And then we see the hot blue stars that all form together in this one region around this part of the spiral arm. These are called OB associations because the stars are primarily O stars and B stars, and they're very hot, and they live lives short and fast. Okay, and there'll be a lot of supernovas caused by these over time. And then moving up, as we go through Andromeda, I mean, you can literally go through Andromeda almost star by star in a sense, but everything you're seeing here, this glow, this is a gentle glow of millions and billions of stars that you're seeing here. You know, so we have quite a few stars in that galaxy that combine their light. Again, every star you see here in the foreground, every singular star Those are here in the foreground. Andromeda is way back here. Okay, you don't see singular stars in the Andromeda Galaxy except in highly magnified views. So when we're looking, okay, let's do that. Let's go up to the top here, and you can almost see an area where we can see potentially singular stars. Almost resolved as that. All right, but not quite. All right. And then over here, you have another beautiful... This is a very red nebula right here. Okay.
Super red.
Yeah, it is. So that's the Andromeda Galaxy, and it's really beautiful to look at. It's just a lot of fun to just dig through. There's so much in this Andromeda Galaxy to see. And then and if you say, wow, that's the quintessential galaxy. That's all I need to know about galaxies. Well, actually, it's time to look at the Triangulum Galaxy. The Triangulum Galaxy is near this one and is the one that may have interacted with it gravitationally. And the Triangulum Galaxy has many more star-forming regions in it. So you think you see a few little red areas in here. Wait until we see the Triangulum Galaxy.
Triangulum is the beefcake.
In a sense, it is. Okay, we've stacked 21 frames, and we're going to pause and just save so we have it. But it's a really pretty picture.
Download that. Go ahead.
That's right. And then I'll save this exactly as you see it here, in case you want to have that as an image to play with. Okay, and now we'll get out of the stack and do our typical routine that we do. We're going to get rid of the 30-second photo and go into 1 second shots. I do 1 second shots, Mr. Data. All right, and then we'll pull this up to that. And now let's do this. Let's bring back our display so we see where we're actually going.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to slew the telescope.
We're gonna slew this bad boy.
It's gonna go.
All right,
done.
It stopped and smoke. No. Right. All right. Triangulum Galaxy is actually near this in space. It's like Triangulum Galaxy is 2.7 million light years away. Okay, and the Andromeda Galaxy. All right, if you had to get an actual number, the Andromeda Galaxy
weekend
is
destination.
2.5 million light years away, and just 0.2 million, just 200,000 light years more, is the Triangulum Galaxy.
Just a
so
hop,
we're going to center up Mirach. All right, and Mirach also has a little galaxy next to it, as you see there, right there. And then from here, we're going to go to the Triangulum Galaxy. And in our hypered, like Finder-like mode, you'll see it showing up. Here it comes. Yeah, there it is.
Whoops. And there it is.
Of
Doesn't
course.
look like much, does it, people? Just wait.
Doesn't look like much now.
Looks like a smudge on the lens. A little dust on the camera.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is
pee
dust on the
floor.
camera.
Whoops.
What? Okay. So now we're going to let it... What we're going to do now is we're just going to give this time to settle out and get our guide star. If you look where the telescope's pointing, it's pointing almost straight up. The Triangulum Galaxy will probably be at its best. Alright. So we have our guide star now for sure.
Yeah, look at that telescope. Darn
Freaking
near
almost
straight
up.
vert. Which, by the way, for anybody that doesn't know, that is the best viewing you can get, is when something is straight up above you. It's the least amount of atmospherics in your way.
That's right. Least amount of air in your way, and you'll see things much clearer because you're looking through the thinnest amount of atmosphere. So let's do it. Let's go see what we're going to see. This is really pretty. Ready? Oh, wow.
And so it begins.
And so it begins.
I'm
Yes.
blue. Da ba dee da da blah. Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you are blue. And the reason is because you're a galaxy full of stars that have been forming. All right. And hot blue young stars are in there. But what we want to do is just do a color correction. So let me do a color correction right here.
I have a blue house with a blue window.
Well, so there is our...
I think my cat's on the nip. It's just running at me and then stopping and then running the other way and then running back. Are you on the nip? What a nip freak. My cat's on cat
kitty
drugs.
cat nip.
Well, I got one of those
Yeah.
cardboard boxes that you can claw, and it comes with catnip in it. And I think he's been in the nip.
Why is it okay to like drug our animals, but we can't do it ourselves, right? Isn't that kind of crazy?
I don't know. He now has a hold on my hand. Get off. Stop it. Ouch.
So we'll start to zoom in on this a little bit too, because it is really a beautiful galaxy.
It is already impressing me. Let's see what we can do with it.
Oh, one thing you'll notice right away. Okay, you got the blue colors, right? But you also have a gigantic H2 or star forming region right here. That's about this. That's like the size of our Eta Carina Nebula in our galaxy, or in our nearby. Sorry, and then there's one here, and everywhere you look, you see these beautiful red blotches. Those are all star forming regions. But also notice you have these green regions like this, like that. Okay, like this. All right. And there's a lot of those. Those are supernova sites. And for instance, if we zoom in on this one right here, okay? All right, check it out. As we get in closer, we can actually see structural detail in it. Now we're actually the problem we have, of course. Sorry. Now, the problem is that we need more frames. We need more frames to actually get rid of some of this noise. But look at that.
Dude, that's like it's like it almost looks like glittery green.
Yeah.
Greenish blue. Very teal.
Now what's interesting is I could do none of this before I went out to fix the telescope and collimate it, get the lens alignment done. But now that it's been done, we can literally go wide angle and then zoom in. We can do both ends. Look at this. This is a beautiful supernova location.
Right.
Right? And then if we come out of here and just move up a little bit. Okay, that's a lot of bit. If we zoom in here now, we'll see that we also have another supernova location. All right, and those are just beautiful. You know?
Wow.
Yeah.
Breathtaking.
Yes.
Do you hear this cat? This nip freak?
No. I do not.
He's just talking. He's just talking now.
Oh, I heard a little bit of it.
Hold on.
He's saying, I have a headache. He's singing along with the music. which you
Really?
can't hear.
He's just walking around like in circles talking.
Yeah, it's
What a
okay to
nip
drug our animals, but we can't do it ourselves. So I mean,
Right.
yeah.
Well, we can. I mean, yeah.
So look at that. So this is another beautiful supernova right there. Another one
Champagne
over here.
supernova. Yeah, that's cool. That's bright green. Wow.
Yeah. And then look at this star forming region here, H2 region. These beautiful nebulae. You got them all throughout this galaxy, all throughout. Now, one of the reasons they could be here, and this is huge, this one. One of the reasons they could be here like this is because of the fact that this star formation was caused by an interaction with the Andromeda galaxy. But one thing to look at too is this. If we back out again and look at it as a whole, you notice that this particular galaxy has very loose spiral arms. They're very loose.
I find it kind of cool because we're kind of looking at it either from like a, well, it's kind of offset a little bit, but it almost looks like a top-down view or a bottom-up view.
It's an almost face-on view. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so we see these loose spiral arms. The Andromeda galaxy has tighter spiral arms, and therefore it's an S, a capital S for spiral, and then little b for not tight, but somewhat loose, and then the C's are the loosest. So we have little a for very tight, little b for moderate, and C for loose. This is an SC galaxy, spiral
again,
C.
You got those stars in a line that we happen to see a lot.
Yeah, that's right.
3 in a row. Boop, boop, boop.
Well,
Cool.
that's right. You need 3 of anything to get a straight path.
Yep.
2 doesn't do it.
Nope. 2's point to point.
So if you look, it looks like this spiral arm has actually been wrenched outward in this galaxy, and it's possible that interacting with Andromeda did this. And if it passed through it, then this galaxy would be torn to pieces. And then the Andromeda galaxy and this galaxy will have merged over time in some spectacular fashion.
Can you edit this as it's being, as more frames are added? Like, can you up the contrast or lower the contrast as
Oh
it's
yes,
being done?
absolutely. Oh
I
yeah,
wonder if the contrast was up a little bit.
I'll do that in a sec.
Just
Let's
kind of
first go.
make it pop.
Yeah. Check out the detail in this, the filamentary structure in this nebula complex. You're looking at something 2.7 million light years away.
Hop, skip, and a jump.
Hop, skip, and a jump if you're
Through
1 million
time
light
and
years in
space.
diameter.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. If you have a stride
So-
of 1 million light years.
Do you think quantum
No.
entanglement would work over that distance?
Actually, theoretically, we don't have a limitation to it that we know of. So it
Like,
might.
say, if we're here and somebody was in that galaxy and somehow they were, entangled, they'd be able to instant communication with one another. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's an impossible thing.
Yeah, we don't have
No.
any proof of distance affects quantum entanglement anyway.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow,
So
look
did
at that.
you
That
like
really
how-
made it pop. Ooh.
I did. I just gotta drop the green a little because
Wow.
that looks nice.
Full
So that-
screen.
That is a beautiful, beautiful image. Let me get rid of the names. Do you know what it is now?
Look at that. Would you look at it?
Just look at it. You gotta look at it. I just can't believe it.
Well, that picture there, gives me
Oh,
that is a pretty pleasurable sensation.
why? Well, yeah,
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
I look at this and I just think of all the stuff in the world that doesn't really matter, beautiful. Yeah.
Roxanne, I might go into space. Yes, if I had an option to go up in the New Shepard, I'd ride it. Sure, I would.
You tell shoot. You can put me in an Apollo
Let's just go.
capsule.
Let's just go straight up and down, though. It's not really going to space. It does pass what's called the Kármán line, which is our established border of space. And
wait. Established border of space.
The established border of our atmosphere in space. There's an established border called the Kármán line.
Right. Is that what Shatner passed?
Yeah. That's correct. along with a few other things.
Kármán line.
Are we above the Kármán line?
I happened to see a Tesla. It looked like a convertible. There was a man
with somebody driving
the car.
There was a guy driving this car. I don't know where he came from.
It's possible.
I
on drugs.
distinctly saw him wave.
I either seen a convertible or I'm having a stroke.
Wow.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's really nice. I'm going to drop down from 100 to 75 to fill the frame.
Fill the frame.
There we go. All right. Oh, we're missing some more too.
Uranus may be gassy, but at least it doesn't have bumps. That's a dad joke. Yeah. Let's see how many.
Lots no
you think
moon.
It's going to improve with the more?
That's a
the more
space
pictures
station.
we take?
Well, we took 28 so far, so we're
kind of there.
We're pretty good here. Kind of there, yeah.
So with the more you take, does it start flooding the image then, or what?
No.
You got to find that sweet spot between how many exposures to take, or
not really, because the thing is, like, by turning down the black level as we did before,
right.
that causes problems because then you miss some of this really fine detail in the outside edge. So I'm just bringing it back a little bit.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but this is something.
Well, you said there's a gain control, right? The gain
yes,
and the contrast. So what would happen if you gain is what actually brings out
gain,
the whole light, correct?
This gain is like the sensitivity of the sensor in the camera.
Okay.
But I mean, I can also do this over here.
Well,
I can drag this over.
Do you have option lines for like alpha and beta light? Oh wow. Okay.
Okay, so I can
Gotcha.
I can do processing on this to really make it go crazy. But it's kind of too much, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, the brighter you get it, the more it flushes out a little bit. I mean, yeah, you get more of the outer bands, which comes in handy for some things if that's what you're looking at.
That's right.
But as a full picture, yeah, a little more dark. Yeah, like that. That's crazy.
But we also have the ability to, increase the overall quality and brightness as well by doing this. Okay, so now we can do that. Thanks, Isabella. Thank you for putting that up there. Hello, Jessica Stankiewicz. How are you?
I was wondering why the YouTube feed looked like absolute crap compared to the Skype one I'm looking at, and for some reason YouTube kicked me down to 144p.
Yeah.
Now I'm back up at 1080. There we go.
Okay.
I don't know what the heck's up with YouTube.
Look at this. This is just beautiful. All right, well, we'll be done with this one now.
You should zoom in on that one of those bright green spots.
You wanted to?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
What those bad boys look like?
Well, we looked at the other one, but now that we actually have a this one is really neat looking.
Hello, fantasy. And Mr. Dugan.
Hey, how you doing? James Dugan is here.
Awesome. That is some bright green.
See that? There's like a really strange, beautiful extended envelope around this thing.
There's a
There's
Dyson
another
sphere.
one over here. Another one over here. Another one over here. Another one over here.
Mm.
Actually, this could actually, at this size, that could actually be a large planetary. Maybe that's a planetary. So we do have a lot of dying spheres, dying stars actually, in here. Okay, so that's supernova there. That may be a supernova there. That's a beautiful nebula right there.
Mm. Actually looks.
That's clearly a supernova up here.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's probably one as well. That's probably not.
And what's that
But
really light
this
blue
could be
mark
one.
there? Is that a dead pixel?
Yes, this one
up a
right
little
here.
bit. No, over to the right. Yeah, right there. That guy.
Yeah, that could be.
I was gonna say that's really bright blue.
Because there's one here too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Still
But
looks cool.
It does. I get rid of those in post. I actually get rid of those artifacts. So it's almost
You
like
know
we're
what
in
to
the
say,
galaxy
like-
now.
You do what in post? Oh yeah, you're erasing evidence of aliens.
That's right. I did
You're
see alien
scrubbing.
evidence, and I have to quickly destroy this image.
Yeah, you're like NASA. You're scrubbing out any evidence of alien life.
Yeah. Right.
Those aliens need ultraviolet man.
Oh, you got me going now. See.
Okay, and what was the other one we're looking at? The other galaxy?
Well, that was
What's it
the
called?
Andromeda Galaxy.
No, there was another one between those two.
No.
Or was it a nebula? Might have been a nebula. No, it was a galaxy.
You talking about the cocoon?
Cocoon, there it is, yes. Oh, here he comes. Mr. Nip Freak. Cocoon Nebula.
Roxana,
Yeah, show me the cocoon.
Roxana, you're watching this on your phone?
On your
Wow.
phone? Roxana. That's a crime. You need a
I think this is
huge
beautiful.
screen.
Just beautiful.
And hello,
I
Cindy
can't wait
Murphy.
I can't wait. Cindy Murphy's here. Hey, Cindy.
Cindy Murphy is here.
Nice to see you. Cindy's one of the people that frequents our streams quite a bit.
Got a nice crowd tonight.
Yeah, I got a lot of nice people on SkyTour LiveStream. They're wonderful people.
Thanks for tuning in to us being kind of goofy, but seeing some awesome images tonight.
Well, it's only you being goofy.
Well, that's what I do. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, so hopefully you guys enjoyed this galaxy.
Gorgeous,
Really
I say.
pretty. Yes. It's gorgeous, Mr. Data. Yes, Captain, it is. All right.
What
So
if his
now-
name was really Data this whole time?
Is that a Data?
Yeah.
Well, then he wouldn't have been able to be in Independence Day as a wacky scientist.
What if, like, just the last episode of the entire series, he goes, by the way, my name is Data.
By the way, my name is Mr. Dat-Ah.
Everybody stands up and just starts saying their real name. By the way, my name is Ricker. And my name is
That's
Pickard.
right. Yes. Captain.
We just wanted to make it sound French and say Picard.
That's right.
But my real name is Mike Pickard from Kentucky. got into Starfleet because my dad, saved a couple people.
Captain, I'm Dina Troy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Without the
Oh, hello, Dina. Dina.
Yeah, they really did.
Okay,
really did push the
pick out our
boundaries
next
with that skin tight outfit, didn't they?
Yeah, well, she was pushing their boundaries of the skin tight outfit too.
Yeah. You think? I mean, seriously, if you really think about it, you think we're gonna have a need for clothes in the future?
I think that it depends on how our culture goes.
Yeah, that's true.
Our culture could go to a place where we don't find clothes necessary anymore. But at this point, you can't possibly imagine that to be true.
Yeah, well, that and, working around electronics and like plasma cutters and stuff like that,
Oh, yeah.
you don't want to have extremities hanging out.
No.
Yeah.
You need protection from things,
Yeah.
You need protection from stuff.
Well, that's funny. When you ever hear those alien tales, you hear of like the gray aliens. You hear them wearing like skin tight suits.
Yes. That's
You know
right.
what I mean? And it's like, I wonder if there's like a reason for that. If those stories are true.
I do not know this answer.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I like pockets. Like you can keep stuff in them.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a tough one, right?
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine
I do.
life without cargo shorts? I mean, Jesus. Any given day, I got like 30 different things in my pockets.
Right, and the TSA would be very happy if you didn't have cargo shorts, because every time you go through with cargo shorts, they got to search you.
Yeah. Always
Ask
leave
me
a
how
little
I know.
surprise in one of the pockets.
It's just a needle. What?
No, just something that doesn't make. I think last time it's just like something that makes no sense for me. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
so like I like stick a tampon in one of the pockets or something. Just throw them all.
God.
Yeah,
Oh,
seriously.
come on.
I'm dead serious. Just throw something like the one time when we were going down to Florida, I put and this was granted in the middle of July, I had a candy cane.
That's funny.
Just random. Just put some random things. When we went, when we flew out to, where was that? It was it Wyoming? Or was it Dakota? It was one of those. I just put the bottom pocket that's like below the knee, kind of.
Yes.
I just filled it with rocks. Like little pebbles from the parking lot, because there was these trees out there and there was a whole bunch of rocks. I just picked up a handful and stuffed them in. They didn't allow me to take them on the plane.
Well, that's pretty crazy.
I know, they're just rocks.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even give me a baggie for them so I could check them.
No.
So I had to
Well, that's
leave my
terrible.
rocks. My
I'm not
spooky
going
space
there.
rocks. Where are you going?
I'm not going there.
We are
I
looking
had
for
something to say. No, we're not actually.
Son of a.
I'm actually-
Why not.
I'm doing another one in the middle.
All this
here.
time I've been waiting for the cocoon.
No, you're gonna wait a little longer, because this is actually This is a nebula that is just beautiful, and it's a lot more intricate than the cocoon. But
Okay, well,
I'm doing it because Crazy Metal Chick is going off to bed.
Well, that's
but
what I
it'll
was
be in
about
the
to say. Why
stream.
you do that? I was going to say goodnight to Crazy Metal Chick, but
Oh, okay.
since you ruined that now too, jeez.
Hey,
I just got involved. Am I going to hear anything interesting?
I want to see.
Not really.
I'm trying to see what name. Frolic.
It's Frolic.
Is it Hervoi Frolic? I'd like to know how you pronounce your first name. Thank you please do sign up. It's free. Just go ahead and subscribe. Click notifications. Yes, you're going to see things interesting. There's plenty of things that we've been looking at tonight that are really cool. Galaxies, nebulae. And Isabella. Thank you, Isabella.
And eventually the Cocoon Nebula.
Yeah, eventually the Cocoon for you. All right. So let's go and set this to a 30-second exposure. Okay. And then we're going to take off the star hybrid view so we can actually see what we want, and then take it off, and you'll see more like it looks. And now we're gonna live stack, and if you notice, our green line is moving across, and this is the previous galaxy we saw. Okay, and we clear that, and we now are gonna see the Flaming Star Nebula, and that's gonna look pretty cool.
Flaming Star Nebula.
That's right, and you're gonna see it right now.
Ooh.
Look at it. Ooh. Yes, this is a beautiful nebula. It's got everything. It's got some really bright stars down here, and if you notice, you got a beautiful star here, and you've got blue nebulae associated with this, as well as up here you've got these beautiful reds. This is a hydrogen emission nebula, okay, but it's also a reflection nebula as well, and that is what the blue part is. You know, that's dust reflecting back the blue frequencies, but letting the others pass through. Okay, because every star has light in it. That's almost every star has red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet light. But the higher frequency light is that blue light. Okay, blue, indigo, and violet. And dust in interstellar space is very good at letting through most of those frequencies, but the blue light, it absorbs and re-emits in another direction. So it just goes everywhere.
Good night to
we end up
Roxanna.
seeing a blue nebula. Roxana, thank you for coming by for a little while. It was so nice to see you. I know Roxana. She's a sweetheart. Thank you very much. I will talk to you soon. And thank you so much for the donation. That was so kind of you.
Very nice.
You know. Yes, it's very nice. It's very nice indeed. Yep. So what I'll do here is I will just kind of give us a
everywhere
little more contrast. I know.
Stars. No matter where we look at, stars everywhere. And you mean to tell me we're the only ones? Sure we are.
Exactly. That's the rub.
Just mathematical probability. Just.
Sorry, Roxana. I know you have an early day tomorrow. But
yeah,
I
some
appreciate
people
you
gotta
coming.
get up on a Sunday. See, that's why I like doing these Saturday night ones, because I usually try to, like, my one day to sleep in is Sunday, and then I can wake up and then football. So it's like perfect.
Yeah.
But I'll still be up at like 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
But I thrive.
You know, I haven't
like my time is 5 to 6 hours of sleep a night. Like, that's my prime. If I sleep more than that, I'm usually tired all day.
Yeah, I don't sleep that long. I spend a lot of time in the evening doing this, and then I get up early, or you know,
early-ish.
But I'm okay with it. Yeah, early-ish, yeah. Check this out. We zoom in.
Like,
check this out.
Yeah,
Look at this nebula.
That kind of looks like a horse running up.
Yeah. It's got this beautiful blue reflection nebula associated with this star, and you can see it almost looks 3D.
It's like the murder scene nebula.
Yeah, right?
With all the red and just looks like blood splatter.
But here you can see, like, you have a blue fringe, you have a dark nebula, and you have a hydrogen emission nebula all in one. And the emitting red light from the hydrogen nebula is falling onto the dark nebula, and it reflects some of that light a little bit, and then it also is doing this reflection component. So you actually end up seeing it in 3D. You get a 3D characterization of it.
Yeah, because it gives you depth.
Just amazing. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the Flaming Star Nebula. It's just another one of these beautiful complexes in the evening sky. Called the Flaming Star, obviously, because of this flame appearance coming off this star here.
We ought to write a program that counts how many pins of light on any single image. Wouldn't that be cool? So you could like take this picture and be like, and there are this many stars in this photo. Awesome.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just have like a program scan it and just count the pinpoints of light. Be awesome.
Yeah.
Like base it on magnitude or something.
Well, there's a problem with that though, and let's just go to one spot and show you. Just a minute.
Well, I didn't say you have to get an exact count, like an approximate count.
No, I know, but let's just try something. So let's zoom in. Let's keep zooming. Let's go. Okay. All right. Okay.
Hey,
when
those stars are square.
When do you stop? This is 833%. When do you stop? You know?
Back it up.
Yeah.
Back it up. Keep going. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you stop.
Oh yeah.
And you get to
what do you do with
program
that?
to count those.
What do you do with that? What do you do with that?
Write a program to count
this? But is this?
I'm
is
telling
this
you,
actually
set a brightness that it'll count just, so it'll get every major one that you can see, not the kind of the faded ones. So you said, your
okay. Well, that's a possibility.
Has a certain because obviously you're not going to count all of it. I mean, we could go even further, zooming in, and probably still see some that we're missing.
Yeah.
But well, what megapixel is this camera?
I have to go back and look because I don't know. I don't remember. It's one of the top rated. It's actually that's an issue. Okay, the size of the sensor. Okay, the size of the pixels in the sensor in microns is an important consideration because the higher the number of pixels you have doesn't necessarily mean that the camera is as sensitive or not. That's a problem. So it's a trade-off. And I got a camera that's kind of right in the middle.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, like, how you zoomed in.
Yeah.
And everything was square, with more of a megapixel would be a little more, not by much, but.
Yeah, but it might, if in that case, it might not be as sensitive a camera.
Exactly. Yeah.
And we might capture this part of it, but might miss like this over here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This is beautiful. This is a good song for this nebula right here.
Either way, your P900 isn't doing that.
Nope, it's not. Neither is the Sony A7S II.
Nope. Maybe the Sony A7S II connected to a telescope may produce some pretty images.
That wasn't a telescope.
Yeah.
In the past, but now I have a dedicated camera. I can't use a regular camera on this scope now because the camera is actually sticking out of the front of the telescope. It's a different kind of setup. I should actually see if I can just show that really fast. I think I can.
Say it with me now. Cocoon.
Cocoon?
Cocoon.
Cocoon.
Remember that movie from the 80s?
Oh, yeah.
About a bunch of old farts that go to space?
And on a boat.
Yeah, and it wasn't like one of the guys, like diabetes. What's his name?
That's a Wilford Brimley, was it like that guy? I can't
You know
go
what
on
I
account
do
of
with
my
my
diabetes. Yeah, right.
Diabetes. Gotta prick my finger.
I
Take my
remember
sugar.
him.
Ain't no aliens take me out. Ain't no diabetes gonna do it.
Well, I'll tell you,
Diabetes.
Wilford Brimley was a good actor.
I mean,
liked
he
how
was no
acted in some
Leslie
of the
Nielsen,
things.
but he was alright.
Is that a setup for something?
No, Leslie Nielsen was like one of my favorites. Even
Leslie
when his
Nielsen walked
before
around with
comedy.
a fart box, a little fart machine. Not
Oh
a
yeah,
fart
that's
machine,
one of the
little.
reasons I love him. But if you actually watch
because-
Leslie Nielsen's old stuff, like before he
Yes.
got into the deadpan comedy, he's actually really good.
Really?
One of a kind voice too.
Yeah, it's kind of true. That's kind of true.
He was on his way to be Hollywood's one of Hollywood's leading men.
All right. While we're integrating this, I'm going to show you the telescope that's doing all this.
I don't mean to tell you this, but somebody stole your roof.
My roof is intact. So you notice this is the telescope, that's the opening, and the light goes in there. This is the guide system. But this is the dedicated astronomy camera. This is the dedicated astronomer. Okay. This is the system
God.
that converts this into an F2 system.
They gave you a free hat.
Fast. Starizona, yeah.
Kind of guess because
Yep.
you never wear hats unless you're in the desert.
I don't. But in the desert, I do.
Yeah.
In the desert, you should.
And you didn't pick me up.
So,
What a friend. I'll tell you.
I only had one.
Yeah. You couldn't have said, "Hey, you happen to have one for my friend because he's awesome." Caesar astronomer. Must be the diabetes.
That's right. So this gives you a better idea. These were publicity stills taken. Okay, but if you notice, this camera is cooled to minus 10 degrees Celsius, right? And it's on the end of the lens. Now, usually these telescopes, that's the mirror down there. The light comes in, goes down to that mirror, bounces up to another mirror that's usually right here in place of all this, and it goes down through a hole in the back of the telescope, and then to a camera. But I took off that mirror that goes here, and I replaced it with this lens called a Hyperstar that comes from their place, Starizona. And so the light goes down, up, and through the lens and into the camera. And that changes the entire system from what's called an f8 telescope to an f2 that actually goes 25 times faster photographically than the previous setup. So that's how this works. Pretty neat stuff, if you ask me. I think that's pretty cool.
Optics have become such a far away.
Yeah. They have.
You look like you look like Rick Moranis in Spaceballs when they were out in the desert.
That's right. I can't breathe in this thing.
With that huge helmet.
Yeah, no, this is my hat. This is actually when I was having an extremely difficult time with the telescope. Something was going terribly wrong, and so I was in the building just trying to puzzle it out. That's the computer for the telescope, obviously. So that That was just my.
Comb the desert.
That was just my. Huh?
Comb the desert.
That's right. But you know what? You can't say that it's not a beautiful location. This is a beautiful
Yeah, I mean, it's lovely
tree.
looking at sand and dead trees.
No, this is a beautiful tree. Look at this.
That
This
one has
is-
a
this is
tumbleweed
called the
stuck in
sweet
it.
light. This is like the sweet light. This is the light when you want to take pictures. And then here's a saguaro cactus. These are on the. These are on the
like the pizza.
saguaro. Saguaro. This is actually right. This is on the property of the telescope right here. So we might accidentally see a cactus in the view in the future.
I
I will
be
say this.
tempted to put googly eyes, like giant googly eyes on that cactus.
Oh, well, you could do it digitally, but if you did it in reality, you'd get thousands of dollars of fines.
Really? Just by
Saguaros are
sticking
protected.
some
Oh
googly
yes.
eyes?
Oh yes. Oh yes. They're protected.
just
You can't
stickers.
touch them.
You can't touch this.
Can't touch them. Can't touch it. Nah, can't touch this, dude. Yeah, you can't touch it. Okay, we've done 28 stacked here. Look at this nebula. This is so beautiful. This will be up there for all to see. Yeah, really nice.
And
Fantasy
you know
says
where to get it.
Southwest Desert is the most beautiful place. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is. Donald Kunzer asked a question: how did I fare in the desert this time? Because he knows from last time, I ended up hospitalized because I I was just not paying attention to my.
That's when I
fluid
get a call
intake.
from Marianne at what 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, out of nowhere. Like, Mark's in the hospital. I'm like, oh God, what car of yours did he crash this time?
Yeah, right. That
She was
didn't
like,
happen.
no, we think he might be dehydrated. I'm like, really? Like, in the middle of the desert, this man doesn't know to drink water?
I didn't drink enough, and I was such a smart aleck. I just knew so much better than the people who actually live there. And there you go. That ended
You
really
learned
fast.
real fast.
That's right. I took 3 liters of fluid. That's 3 bags that are about 14 inches tall.
Yeah, so you had 6 Capri Suns. That's about it.
Yeah, well, 3 liters in an hour. I needed 3 liters in an hour to bring me back to life.
Yeah, they say in the desert, drink even if you're not thirsty. Just keep drinking.
Well, the thing is, it's so dry. I was sweating, but not sweating. It was evaporating right off my skin. So I didn't register that I was in trouble.
Yeah.
But I was in trouble. Yeah. And Marianne Robb, who is in San Diego and isn't able to watch tonight, Marianne said to me when we got back to Mesa from the desert, she said, "I'm taking you to the hospital." I go, what are you talking about? No, you're not. Yes, I'm taking you to the hospital. Why? Because you're not right. Something's not right. I think you're dehydrated, she said. I was like, whatever. Okay, I'll make you happy. I'll go. So, again, being a police officer, she's tuned to these things. And I thought that I knew all about this. And then I get in the hospital and the doctor looks at me and goes, "Oh boy." I go, "What?" He comes over and he pinches my arm. And you know how when you let go, it goes back down, right? He pinched my arm, he let go, and it stayed. He says, "You know what that is?" I go, "Holy cow, that's dehydration." He goes, "Hell yeah." Like, wow. Yeah, that's
You go
that's
out
bad.
there, you should have a a solo cup. They say you should be having 1 full solo cup, especially if you're in the middle of the desert and if it's hot,
A
which
minute.
it was. But you should be having 1 full solo cup every 30 minutes.
Yeah, actually, I had water bottles, and as it turns out, the temperature when I was trying to dig trenches, and I didn't dig, we use a machine, and Tara's husband did it. But I was filling in the trenches because for the electrical. The temperature was 105, and I just kept going. You know, I had that hat you saw and protected my head and all that. You know, made me look like a cross between Elephant Man and Rick Moranis in the desert.
Still funny. You know what? When you go out there next time, you should just have yourself just like a sailing bag and a line, a pick line, just put right in. That way you don't have to worry about it.
I had a
just
pick
walk
line.
around with that bag on one of them little mobile sticks.
Yeah, I had a pick line.
I tell you what, if we all have a party out in the desert like we want to, we invite Fantasy.
Yes.
He brings all the bags of fluids, and we all just get pick lined, and and nobody gets dehydrated.
But then you got to bring in somebody to actually install the pick line.
Fantasy. Hello. That's what he does.
What's he do?
He's in the medical field somewhere. I think, is he a nurse? Something like that? I don't remember.
Oh.
Yeah. I know he's in the medical field. To
All
what
right.
exactly, I don't know, but he's in chat, so you can always ask him.
Well, he hears us, so he'll answer.
Yep. Watch, I'll be totally wrong. I'll be like a proctologist or something.
Well, that's a medical field.
Right? Well, we can't do a pick line, but we're going to have to stick this hose someplace where you don't want it.
Well, okay.
But you'll be plenty hydrated.
Yeah, I would say that's probably true.
Yep.
Oh. Actually, the cocoon is not going to work.
What?
It's 25 degrees above the horizon. So it's actually a little bit low.
No, it's okay. I mean, it is 1 a.m. I can't believe we've been doing this for how long now? 4.5 hours? 5.5 hours?
Yeah, time to end it up.
Where did the time go? Didn't we start this at like 8:30?
I know.
Wow, it goes quick.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's right. Well,
Okay, he's
that
a
is true.
surgical technologist. He's the guy assisting the surgeon in surgery. See? But he can do a pick line. There you go. Perfect. So we get a big bag, like a 17-gallon
did he ever
trash bag.
do a pick line? That's
We
the question.
fill it with water, and we just run a bunch of hoses with some duct tape. We tape them to the bag, and everybody gets one. Sound good? Awesome.
Do you know how
That's why I'm in
uncomfortable
charge
a
of
pick
planning
line
stuff.
is? I had
Yeah,
a pick
well.
line for 6 weeks, and I had to use it every day to give myself antibiotics, IV antibiotics.
Sacrifices have to be made.
Oh, that's a sacrifice, all right.
Yeah, well, you want to party in the desert or not?
Probably not.
Wait, is there a hose nearby?
Actually, there is.
There you go. Okay, we'll just turn on the
We do
sprinkler
have
and
water
everybody
there,
just
but
stands
the
under.
water comes. The water actually, the whole building is on a geothermal hotspot, so the water actually comes out of the hose. The water that comes out is 98 degrees, and that's not
yeah,
because of the heat of the
refreshing.
desert.
Yeah.
In the middle of the winter, comes out at that temperature.
I
Yeah, there's a
know,
magma
down
chamber
here,
down there.
We used to, because a lot of those hose nozzles have the mist setting. So anytime we had an event or anything, we would just run a bunch of hoses like on really high poles.
Oh yeah,
And we would just
Yeah,
turn
and
on
then
the
just
mist
let it
settings,
mist.
and the whole area was just,
Yeah, like- yep. It feel good. That's like what they do at Disney.
yeah, refreshing.
Well, folks, I just have to say, I want to thank you for coming out tonight. We are done for the evening. It is late. It's 1 a.m. here.
1 a.m.
Yeah, as the weeks wear on, we'll be able to go into Orion and check out the beauty of Orion. Oh my gosh. We were up late the other night. We did a 5-hour stream, and what we saw was the most incredible sights. So we'll be doing that too. But for now, step one, let's see. That's up. Okay. I got rid of that. All right. So what I'm going to do is park the telescope now. And you'll watch the telescope.
One of these
Park
days,
itself.
it's going to become set. I was just like, I'm sorry, I cannot do that, Mark.
Oh, can you imagine that? So you watch the
Right.
telescope right there, and you'll see it's moving down to its parking spot position. A spot it knows well, and it'll be ready, and you'll see it down here. It says parking scope slewing, and then it'll say you can turn off power to the scope. All right, and so I just enter a 2 in this. This is a program I wrote to run the telescope. All right, and when I do that, the scope goes off. Okay. Let me just do that.
Do it.
Very good. Couldn't resist.
Yeah, it was between that one or
And that one's that's got too much play. Everybody hears that one.
yeah. Oh, Jesus. Accidentally hit the button on that one. Wow.
That's funny.
I don't even know what this is. Oh, jeez. There we go.
Yeah.
Rumble
it's
in the
just-
jungle. Time to wrap up the SkyTour live
Oh,
stream.
yeah. Yes, you're certainly wrapping it up all right. Oh, he's wrapping it up all right.
Yeah, wrapping it up.
Okay, so we're going to, let's see, step 1, next step, actually. See, Keith's like trying to distract me. Okay, now what we can do is disconnect the telescope. So we can do that now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then we're gonna
Hi, Mark.
quit. Then we're gonna quit the program to control the telescope. There it is. All right. It's like you got a soundboard. That's all it is. Okay, and then we can shut down the camera.
Absolutely.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Camera shut down.
Shutting
Yeah, we
down
do
the
that.
camera. Okay, shutting down
That's
the
it.
soundboards.
And now we will close the building. So if you want to see that, that's going to be
Let's see. Screw that out.
this
just
right
like
here.
that. Very good.
All right.
Saucy.
We have a spider web too in our. It's over our
Yeah.
camera.
It's almost like a little friend now.
Yeah, but you know what? It could be a black widow, so we have to be careful. So when you walk in, that's where the doorway is. So you got to walk under where this is. It's gonna be over your head, so you got to walk under and be careful and turn around and see what it is. Make sure it's not a
Gotcha.
black widow or a brown recluse.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much, Isabella. I appreciate it.
Did
And
Isabella
Chalice
put up
and
another-
Fantasy and David Schmidt and Jessica and Vera and Donald and OG Skywatch and anybody else I'm forgetting about, and everybody watching but not participating in the chat. Great time, great night. Hope you all had a fabulous Saturday night, as we did.
Yeah, it was a nice time, wasn't it?
Fun times.
It was a nice time. Yeah.
Nice
Yep.
times.
I mean, at our highest, we had like almost 50 people watching.
Nice.
So that was kind of nice. Yeah, very nice. So you guys hopefully will have a good night, and I know I will. And I will talk to you guys on the flip-flop here and see what we can do. I know we have a new moon, so I try to take advantage of the new moon. You know.
Damn skipping.
So that's right. Scam Dippy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bass backwards.
That's correct. No, it's not. Is it? I don't remember. Yeah, so I'm just pleased that you guys could join us tonight. I appreciate that. And thanks to you, Keith, for coming out, I think.
Yes, sir. As always.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably a good time was had by all.
As always.
Maybe. Yeah. Anyway.
The numbers don't lie. Boom, 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 boom.
That's okay. All right. Well, anyway, guys, you have a good night, and we'll talk to you soon enough. All right.
Take care now. Bye-bye then.
Take care. Bye-bye then. Jim Carrey, right?
Yep.
Yep. All right, guys. There you go.
Later, alligator.
Bye, folks.